Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request. I request all the participants outside to kindly come inside the hall and take their seats, as in another 2-3 minutes we'll be starting the summit. A humble request to everyone outside to kindly come inside the hall and take their seats, as in another 2 to 3 minutes we'll be starting the summit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor for the Poshan Summit today is about to arrive in next 2 minutes. I request all the participants, speakers, and guests outside to kindly come inside the hall and take their seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Srimati Atishi, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Education, Higher Education, Technical Training and Education, PWD, Power, Revenue, Planning, Finance, Women and Child Development, Art, Culture and Languages, Tourism and Public Relations, Vigilance and Services, Government of NCT of Delhi is here. A very warm welcome, ma'am. And now let us officially start the event. Can we all put our hands together and welcome our guest of honor for the occasion? Namaskar and a very good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I will start today's summit by quoting Thomas Edison. The doctors of the future will no longer treat the human frame with drugs, but rather will cure and prevent disease with nutrition. This was said long back, and commencing on this very positive note, it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Jagran New Media's new initiative, Only My Health presents Poshan Summit 2023, Elevating Well-Being and Holistic Harmony. I am Smriti Rastogi, Political Editor, Jagran TV, and I will be hosting you all for this mega summit. This unique gathering today aims to bring together experts, enthusiasts, and seekers of well-being to delve into the world of nutrition, health, and holistic wellness. Our aim is to highlight the profound impact that our choices in nourishment have on our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. पोषण सिर्फ पेट भरने के लिए नहीं होता है, बल्कि ये शरीर, मन और आत्मा को पोषित करने के बारे में एक अहम पहल होती है। एक संतुलित और पूर्ण आहार प्राप्त करना अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए एक प्राइमरी फैक्टर होता है। अगर हम ये समझने का प्रयास करें कि अच्छा आहार हमारे लिए क्यों ज़रूरी है, तो कई फैक्टर्स हमारे सामने आते हैं, जैसे कि energy and vitality, disease prevention, healthy growth and development among children, mental well-being, weight management, longer and healthier life, good digestive system, and promotion of skin and hair health. अगर पोषण को ऐसे समझें कि ये हमारे वर्तमान और भविष्य के लिए एक निवेश है, जिससे हम सब एक जीवंत, सक्रिय और खुशहाल जीवन जी सकते हैं, तो ये बेहतर होगा. And today, with the meticulously curated fireside chats and panel discussions, we will be discussing and deliberating on various important topics, including diet and disease, addressing nutritional deficiencies in women, diet fads and sustainable weight loss, health policies, laws and issues, mindful eating and holistic wellness, the science of nutrition. Well, coming back to from where we all started, let me take a moment to give you a brief on the very prestigious Jagran New Media. It is the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate with pan-India presence and wide reader base. Jagran New Media is impacting 79.09 million users and counting. Source, ComScore, multi-platform, May 2023. Well, we appreciate you all being a part of our endeavor today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce them without whom this endeavor would have not been possible. Our esteemed sponsors. Our state sponsor, the Government of Punjab. Our Ayurvedic lifestyle partner, the Ayurveda Company. Our hydration partner, Fast and Up. And our partner, Enveda. Thank you so much to our esteemed sponsors. Can we all put our hands together and let us all appreciate the efforts which they have put in helping us ensure to make this event a success. I will now introduce a visionary leader who is propelling the Jagran New Media from the forefront. Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO, Jagran New Media. A brief into his illustrious career, a dynamic young leader, Mr. Bharat Gupta is the vision and force behind the success of Jagran New Media. An industry-recognized leader, Mr. Gupta is also serving as the director to the International News and Media Association, South Asia Board, and the Misinformation Combat Alliance Association. He is a governing council member at the Internet and Mobile Association of India and on the board of the esteemed International Fact-Checking Network. The founding member of Digital News Publishers Association, he was recognized in 2021 by Great Place to Work as one of India's best leaders in the times of crisis. I now request Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly come upon the stage and deliver the welcome address. Can we all put our hands together for Mr. Bharat Gupta? Thank you.
Thank you, Smriti. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Atishi Singhji, Honorable Cabinet Minister for Finance, Education, Women and Child Development, Government of NCT, New Delhi. Esteemed panelists, guests, and members of Jagnu Media family, thank you so much for joining us. It's my pleasure to welcome you to onlymyhealth.com's Poshan Summit 2023. Poshan, or nutrition, is not just a matter of personal health, but a fundamental right of every individual and a key to a nation's development. India celebrates the first week of September as National Nutrition Week. Today, doctors and health practitioners are giving a big importance to nutrition and diet plans for healthcare and well-being. And yet, undernourishment, lack of knowledge about nutrition, unhealthy food choices stare at us. In a world grappling with aftermath of global pandemic and major geopolitical conflicts, our global food systems are facing unprecedented challenges. Global hunger, child malnutrition, gender gap in food insecurity, access and affordability of nutrition, climate change, and its impact on crops are some of the big issues we need to ponder. Governments of states across India have taken several steps in a direction to put nutrition of citizens, children, and women in particular in focus. Midday meal plans and centralized kitchen operations. Atishi ji will speak more about this, I'm sure. Supplementary nutrition programs, India's National Food Security Act of 2013 and Poshan Abhiyan of 2018. Several center and state-run schemes and initiatives put the focus on nutrition of India's citizen. However, the nutritional challenge still remains. According to a joint report by FAO, IFAD, UNICEF, WFP, and WHO, 74% of the Indian population cannot afford healthy food. That is, 3 in every 4 Indians do not have access to nutritious food. Recently released National Nutritional Index report claims that most Indians cannot recognize their nutritional food sources correctly. Awareness and literacy is completely missing. As concerned citizens, all of us also have a responsibility and a role towards improving the state of nutrition in India. We, as one of the largest media houses in the country today, recognize our role in awareness and nutritional literacy, in putting out factual and credible and at all costs fact-checked information. Our responsibility doubles when we are dealing with the health-related information. This Poshan Summit, organized by Jagnu Media's health website, onlymyhealth.com, is a step in that direction. We hope that we can spark an inquisitiveness for nutritional awareness that today's discussion helps us to understand what is on our plates better, that we can recognize our subconscious biases that are leading to a gender gap in nutrition, and that we can make our better nutrition choices. You will hear from the doctors, nutritional experts, policymakers, and policy drivers, and I hope these conversations empower, educate, and enable us as we reach the moon and strive for the sun. India also emerges as a robust and healthy population. Once again, I thank you sincerely for being a part of this initiative, the Poshan Summit 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for your motivational words. We really look forward to making this initiative unique and successful. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I now welcome our guest of honor for the occasion, Ms. Atishi, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Education, Higher Education, Technical Training and Education, PWD, Power, Revenue, Planning, Finance, Women and Child Development, Art, Culture and Languages, Tourism and Public Relations, Vigilance and Services, Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi. Let us all put our hands together for Ms. Atishi. We are indebted with your august presence. I request Mr. Bharat Gupta and Mr. Gaurav Arora, COO of Jagran New Media, to kindly come upon the stage and welcome the guest of honor by presenting a memento, a tulsi plant, and a shawl. Thank you so much. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome The guest of honor, Ms. Atishi, Honorable Cabinet Minister of NCT of Delhi. We are indebted, ma'am, with your gracious presence. And I now request you to kindly address the gathering with your motivational words. A very warm welcome.
CEO of जागरण डिजिटल मीडिया, जागरण न्यू मीडिया की सारी टीम, यहाँ पे आए हुए अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से, नॉन प्रॉफिट से, मेडिकल प्रोफेशन से और अलग अलग गवर्नमेंट्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के सभी लोगों को गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज यहाँ पे हम पोषण माह से जुड़े हुए एक पोषण कॉन्क्लेव के लिए आए हैं, वेयर वी आर हियर टॉकिंग अबाउट न्यूट्रिशन। और कई बार मैं सोचती हूँ कि जब हम न्यूट्रिशन की बात करते हैं तो हम सबसे पहले मैल नरिशमेंट कि हमारे देश में बहुत सारी महिलाओं के पास, गरीबों के पास, बच्चों के पास खाना नहीं है, उसकी बात करते हैं। लेकिन जो हमारे देश में न्यूट्रिशन की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है, और मैं कहूँगी कि जो सबसे बड़ी आयरनी है, वो मुझे लगता है कि 3 फैक्ट से सबसे पहले सामने आ सकता है। सबसे पहले तो द फर्स्ट एंड मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्ट इज़ दैट इंडिया इज़ one of the leading food producers in the world. It is the second largest producer of rice, wheat, sugarcane, cotton, groundnuts. It is the largest producer of pulses, and it is the largest producer of milk in the world. So all the elements that are required for nutrition, पूरी दुनिया में अगर कोई सबसे ज़्यादा उनको प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है तो वो हमारा देश कर रहा है। Second fact, India is one of the countries with the highest number of malnourished children in the world. एक ग्लोबल हंगर इंडेक्स निकलता है हर कुछ साल के बाद, पूरी एक इंटरनेशनल रिपोर्ट आती है, एंड इंडिया इज प्लेस्ड एज 107th out of 121 countries. It is one of the lowest ranked countries, and हमारे जो आसपास के पड़ोसी हैं जिन्हें हम अपने आप से काफ़ी कम डेवलप्ड मानते हैं, श्रीलंका, बांग्लादेश etc., they all score better than India on the global hunger index. Fact number 3, India has the second largest number of diabetics and obese people in the world. तो आज अगर आप हमारे देश में देखिए, हमारे देश में खाने का प्रोडक्शन भी सबसे ज़्यादा है, हमारे देश में अंडर नरिश्ड और मैल नरिश्ड लोग भी सबसे ज़्यादा हैं, और हमारे देश में ओवर नरिश्ड या ओवर कंज्यूमिंग ओबीस डायबिटिक लोग भी सबसे ज़्यादा हैं। सो आई थिंक जस्ट दीज 3 facts, they indicate right at the beginning that the problem is not shortage of food. The problem is not inadequacy of food production. The problem is कि हम जितना खाना प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, हमारी देश की पॉलिसीज़ इनको सही जगह पहुंचा नहीं पा रही हैं, नंबर 1। एंड नंबर 2, द फैक्ट दैट आज हमारे देश में इतने ज़्यादा डायबिटीज़ की समस्या है, इतनी ज़्यादा ओबेसिटी की समस्या है, ये भी दिखाती है कि कुछ तो लोग हैं जिनके पास खाने का एक्सेस नहीं है, पुअर पॉलिसीज़ की वजह से, पुअर मैनेजमेंट की वजह से, लेकिन जिनके पास एक्सेस भी है उनके पास न्यूट्रिशन को लेके सही समझ नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से हम बहुत सारे लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज़ेस देखते हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि हम इस कमरे में भी अगर एक डिपस्टिक सर्वे करेंगे तो किसी का कोलेस्ट्रॉल बढ़ा हुआ होगा, किसी का शुगर बढ़ा हुआ होगा, किसी का बीपी बढ़ा हुआ होगा, और ये कोई अनकॉमन टास्क नहीं, कॉमन साइट नहीं है कि हम लोगों के घरों में जब परिवार नाश्ता करने या डिनर करने के लिए बैठता है तो हर व्यक्ति अपनी अपनी गोलियां निकाल रहा होता है, एंड एवरीवन इज हैविंग मेडिसिन्स फॉर हाई ब्लड प्रेशर, फॉर शुगर, फॉर कोलेस्ट्रॉल एट्सेट्रा। सो आई थिंक फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये जो सारे फैक्ट्स हैं वो एक चीज़ दिखाते हैं, वो ये चीज़ दिखाते हैं कि अगर हम सही जगह पर सही पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन करते हैं तो हम पोषण की समस्या का समाधान कर सकते हैं। हमारे देश में बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, many of them are challenging given the size of our country, given the scale of our country, given the population of our country. But as far as nutrition goes, this is a problem that can be solved. अब इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए हमें क्या क्या करने की ज़रूरत है, और मुझे लगता है कि आज मुझसे बहुत ज़्यादा क्वालिफाइड लोग आपके आज के दिन भर के शेड्यूल पे हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि अब आपने मुझे कीनोट एड्रेस देने के लिए बुला ही लिया है, तो इसलिए मैं मुझे 2-3 चीज़ें लगती हैं कि हमें करने की ज़रूरत है वो मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करूँगी। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, और जो हमारे देश में एक बहुत बड़े स्केल पे न्यूट्रिशन का प्रोग्राम चलता है, मिड डे मील्स एंड न्यूट्रिशन वाया आंगनबाड़ीज़। देखिए, ये हमारे देश के लिए ये प्रोग्राम्स इसलिए ज़रूरी हैं, हालांकि इनके क्रिटिक्स भी बहुत हैं। बहुत बड़ी संख्या में मुझे याद है कि जब हम 2015 में जब शुरू में हमारी दिल्ली में सरकार बनी थी और जब हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रिफॉर्म करने की बात करते थे, तो हमें अक्सर ये कहा जाता था कि अरे बहुत सारे तो पेरेंट्स इंटरेस्टेड नहीं होते, वो तो सिर्फ अपने बच्चों को मिड डे मील के लिए भेजते हैं, स्कॉलरशिप के लिए भेजते हैं। आप देश भर में अलग अलग जगह जाइए तो इस बात पे भी क्रिटिसिज्म होता है कि अरे मास्टरों का तो सारा टाइम खाना बनवाने में और खाना खिलाने में चला जाता है। ऐसी बात हिंदी स्पीकिंग बेल्ट में मैंने देखा है, यूपी, बिहार, मध्य प्रदेश, ऐसी बात बहुत होती। लेकिन अगर हम ये भी माने कि कोई पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों को, चाहे आंगनवाड़ी है चाहे स्कूल है, सिर्फ खाना खाने के लिए भी भेज रहे हैं, तो ये अपने आप में हमारे देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा गोल है। इन अ कंट्री वेयर 43 लाख चिल्ड्रन आर malnourished and 15 लाख चिल्ड्रन आर severely malnourished, अगर हमारे बच्चे आंगनवाड़ी और स्कूल में सिर्फ खाना खाने के लिए भी आ रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं है। आज हमारी आंगनवाड़ियों के माध्यम से, आज हमारे स्कूल्स के माध्यम से हम एक बहुत बड़ी पॉपुलेशन को रीच आउट कर रहे हैं विद न्यूट्रिशियस मील्स। मैं आपको एक एनेक्डोट बताती हूँ कि जो क्रिटिक्स हैं मिड डे मील स्कीम के, मैं उनसे अक्सर ये एनेक्डोट शेयर करती हूँ। मुझे 2015 में या 16 में एक स्कूल प्रिंसिपल ने बताया था, ऐसे ही मिड डे मील पे कोई चर्चा हो रही थी, एंड शी सेड, मैम मिड डे मील, जैसे स्कूल 8 बजे शुरू होता है, तकरीबन 1 बजे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स बंद हो जाते हैं, 11:30-12 बजे के आसपास मिड डे मील सर्व होता है। एंड आई रिमेंबर वन स्कूल प्रिंसिपल शेयरिंग विद मी द फैक्ट, जब हम मिड डे मील पे बात कर रहे थे, कि मैम हमारे तो स्कूलों में इतने सारे ऐसे बच्चे आते हैं और ख़ासकर के लड़कियां आती हैं जिनके लिए मिड डे मील दिन का पहला खाना होता है। That is the first thing that they are actually eating. And she said कि मैं तो अक्सर देखती हूँ कि जब गर्मियों के दिन होते हैं तो असेंबली में हमारे बहुत सारे बच्चे फेंट हो जाते हैं, जब उनसे पूछिए तो पता चलता है कि कुछ खा के नहीं आए हैं। शी सेड, आप मिड डे मील तो छोड़िए, मैं तो अपने स्कूल के फंड से 5-5 रुपए के ग्लूकोज बिस्किट के पैकेट खरीद के रखती हूँ कि मुझे पता है कि मेरे स्कूल में कौन कौन सी ऐसी लड़कियां हैं जो घर से कुछ भी नहीं खा के आती, जो 11:30 बजे तक मिड डे मील का इंतज़ार भी नहीं कर सकती हैं। ये हमारे देश की सच्चाई है। तो जो हमारा मिड डे मील प्रोग्राम है, जो हमारा आंगनवाड़ी प्रोग्राम है, मुझे लगता है चाहे उसका जितना भी क्रिटिसिज्म हो, हमें अनअबैशेडली उसको सपोर्ट करना है, उसको स्ट्रेंथन करने की ज़रूरत है। आज अगर हम अपने मिड डे मील और आंगनवाड़ी से जो हम खाना पहुंचाने के प्रोग्राम्स को देखते हैं, उसमें समस्या ये है कि उसमें वी नीड टू इम्प्रूव डिलीवरी। वी हैव टू इंश्योर कि जो हम न्यूट्रिशन की बात करते हैं, एक बैलेंस डाइट की बात करते हैं, और क्योंकि वो खाना हम बच्चों को दे रहे हैं, वो खाना टेस्टी भी होना ज़रूरी है। सो आई थिंक एज अ पॉलिसी चैलेंज, as far as midday meals are concerned, as far as आंगनवाड़ीज़ are concerned, उसको हम लास्ट माइल तक पहुंचा सकें और बच्चों की दृष्टि से हम उस खाने को टेस्टी भी बना सकें, मुझे लगता है कि ये सबसे ज़रूरी है। मैं आपको एक और इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी सुनाती हूँ। बहुत साल पहले मैं एक बोर्डिंग स्कूल में पढ़ाती थी, और होता क्या है कि बोर्डिंग स्कूल का खाना तो आप सबको पता है हॉस्टल में कैसा खाना मिलता है, एंड हफ्ते में एक दिन कभी नाश्ते में पोहा होता था, एक दिन डोसा होता था, एक दिन उपमा होता था, और वही मेन्यू रिपीट होती थी। तो जब नाश्ते में उपमा होता था, समहाउ नो स्टूडेंट्स एवर यूज्ड टू ईट द उपमा, और फिर बच्चे कंप्लेन करते थे, टीचर्स कंप्लेन करते थे, और जो मेस इंचार्ज थे ही यूज्ड टू ऑलवेज वोकली डिफेंड दैट उपमा कि नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल ठीक है, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन इसकी सच्चाई उस दिन सामने आई कि जिस दिन बच्चों का स्पोर्ट्स डे था, मेस इंचार्ज ने भी उपमा नहीं बनाया, उन्होंने कुछ और खाना खिलाया, क्योंकि उनको पता था कि बच्चे ये खाने वाले नहीं हैं, और अगर वो स्पोर्ट्स डे में चले गए खाली पेट तो सब बच्चे बीमार हो जाएंगे, फेंट हो जाएंगे। सो वी ऑल्सो नो द फैक्ट that much of the food that we are serving in our midday meals and Anganwadis is not up to the palate of children. So I think that is an area of improvement that हम तो दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से चाहे मिड डे मील हो, चाहे आंगनवाड़ियों में जो हम खाना दे रहे हैं, इसको लगातार हम बच्चों की दृष्टि से असेस करते रहते हैं कि कैसे हम उसे न्यूट्रिशियस भी बना पाएँ। और ये काफ़ी ट्रेड ऑफ रहता है, क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट हमें कहते हैं कि उसमें आप रागी डालो, जवार डालो, और जब हम रागी और जवार डालते हैं तो बच्चे उसको खाना छोड़ देते हैं। सो आई थिंक दिस स्ट्राइकिंग द राइट बैलेंस एज टू वॉट इज इट दैट विल प्रोवाइड चिल्ड्रन विद द राइट काइंड ऑफ नरिशमेंट एंड मेकिंग श्योर कि उनके लिए वो खाना अपीलिंग हो, दैट इज द पॉलिसी चैलेंज दैट वी नीड टू एड्रेस। सेकेंड, अवेयरनेस कि पौष्टिक खाना क्या होता है। मुझे ये लगता है कि ये जो हेल्दी चीज़ क्या है, क्या हमें चूज़ करनी चाहिए, क्या नहीं चूज़ करनी चाहिए, उसे किस प्रकार बनाना चाहिए, ये मुझे लगता है कि हमें एक बहुत बड़े स्केल पे करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसे एक समय ऐसा था कि हमने 1990s से एक बहुत बड़े स्केल पे एक नेशन वाइड कैंपेन चलाया था बच्चों को स्कूल तक लाने का। आप सबको याद होगा कि अर्ली 90s में आप चाहे वॉल पेंटिंग्स देखिए, चाहे आप कभी भी रेडियो ऑन करिए, तो स्कूल चले हम के आसपास चाहे जिंगल्स हों, चाहे एड्स हों, ये चलती थी। उसका बहुत फ़ायदा भी रहा। अर्ली 90s में तकरीबन 60% ऑफ चिल्ड्रन ऑफ स्कूल गोइंग एज वर इनरोल्ड इन स्कूल्स। हमारी 20-30 साल की पूरे देश भर की मेहनत के बाद आज हमारे देश में 96% चिल्ड्रन ऑफ स्कूल गोइंग एज आर इनरोल्ड इन आवर स्कूल्स। तो जिस तरीके से हमने एक ये मैसिव कैंपेन चलाया है पूरे देश भर में टू मेक श्योर दैट आवर चिल्ड्रन कम टू स्कूल्स, मुझे लगता है कि आज समय है उसी स्तर पे एक कैंपेन चलाने का, पेरेंट्स के लिए भी और बच्चों के लिए भी, कि न्यूट्रिशनल खाना क्या होता है। हालांकि अभी CEO साहब एक डेटा शेयर कर रहे थे दैट देयर आर मेनी फैमिलीज हु कैन नॉट अफोर्ड हेल्दी फूड। मैं ये भी कहूँगी कि द फूड दैट दे कैन अफोर्ड, दे आर नॉट मेकिंग द राइट चॉइसेस अबाउट इट। वाई इज़ दैट? द रीज़न इज़ कि आज के दिन में हमें सबसे ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन खाने के बारे में कहाँ से मिलती है? टीवी से मिलती है, कमर्शियल से मिलती है, ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में अक्सर मिलती है जो हो सकता है बच्चों के लिए भी और बड़ों के लिए भी उतनी न्यूट्रिशन ना रखते हों, पर क्योंकि पेरेंट्स के पास और कोई सोर्स ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है, उनको लगता है कि जो ऐड हम टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, जिस प्रोडक्ट की ऐड हम देख रहे हैं, जिस न्यूट्रिशनल सप्लीमेंट की ऐड हम देख रहे हैं, जिस प्रोसेस्ड फूड की ऐड हम देख रहे हैं, मे बी दैट इज़ द बेस्ट पॉसिबल थिंग फॉर माई चाइल्ड। सो इवन पेरेंट्स जिनके पास अर्निंग कैपेसिटी कम है, स्पेंडिंग कैपेसिटी कम है, वो अपने बच्चों के खान पान पे पैसा खर्च कर रहे हैं, बट दे आर मेकिंग द रॉन्ग चॉइसेस। And I think this really is the campaign that we need to start. And I appreciate जो जागरण न्यू मीडिया ने आज ये पोषण पे समिट किया है। मुझे लगता है कि इसको हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं एक शुरुआत के लिए, देश भर में न्यूट्रिशन की बात करने के लिए, कि आखिरकार अलग अलग इनकम ब्रैकेट्स और अलग अलग फाइनेंशियल चॉइसेस में what is the best possible nutritional choice that can be made by parents. जैसे अक्सर मुझे अभी रिसेंटली कोई बता रहा था कि अगर एक पेरेंट ने उनको ये बताया कि वो अक्सर कई प्रोडक्ट्स के एड्स देखते हैं, चाहे चिप्स हो गए, चाहे दूध में डालने वाले अलग अलग पाउडर्स हो गए। सो अगर आप किसी पेरेंट से पूछिए कि अगर आपके पास कुछ पैसे खर्च करने को हैं, दे विल थिंक that the processed food that they are buying for their child is healthier than the dal or the sprouts or the sabzi that they would otherwise have given to the child. तो ये हमें मुझे लगता है कि ये जो नॉलेज गैप है ये ज़रूरी है हमें दूर करने के लिए, बिकॉज ये जो नॉलेज गैप है दिस एग्जिस्ट्स नॉट जस्ट इन लोअर इनकम ग्रुप्स, दिस नॉलेज गैप इक्वली एग्जिस्ट्स इन हायर इनकम ग्रुप्स. आजकल मैं अक्सर देखती हूँ कि हम जब अपने दोस्तों के रिश्तेदारों के घर जाते हैं तो आप छोटे छोटे बच्चों को देखिए तो उन बच्चों को देख के हमें थोड़ी चिंता होती है कि भाई इनका वज़न इतना ज़्यादा है. जो पहले ओबेसिटी की बात हम मिडिल एज्ड होके करते थे, आज वो ओबेसिटी हमें 5 साल के बच्चों में, 6 साल के बच्चों में, 8 साल के बच्चों में, 10 साल के बच्चों में हमें दिखने लग गई. सो ऑब्वियसली द कंस्ट्रेंट ओवर देयर इज़ नॉट एक्सेस टू न्यूट्रिशनल फूड. वहाँ पर भी कंस्ट्रेंट इज़ अ नॉलेज गैप as to what constitutes nutritional food for children. And I think मेरा आप सबसे ये आग्रह रहेगा, आज यहाँ पे बहुत सारे सिविल सोसाइटी से लोग आए हुए हैं, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे डॉक्टर्स आए हुए हैं, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे थिंक टैंक से लोग आए हुए हैं. मेरा आप सबसे यही आग्रह रहेगा कि if we can make nutrition into a campaign that can spread across the country, across languages, across economic groups, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम अपने देश में चाहे malnourishment की समस्या हो, चाहे obesity की समस्या हो, चाहे severe malnourishment की समस्या हो, चाहे diabetes की समस्या हो, मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम पोषण को एक अभियान बनाते हैं, अगर हम न्यूट्रिशन से रिलेटेड अवेयरनेस को एक नेशन वाइड कैंपेन बनाते हैं, सो ये एक ऐसा कैंपेन होगा जो हमारे देश के हर बच्चे को, चाहे वो अमीर है, चाहे वो गरीब है, चाहे वो मिडिल क्लास का है, चाहे वो दिल्ली में रहता है, चाहे वो यूपी के किसी गांव में रहता है, हर बच्चे को एक बेहतर भविष्य दे सकता है. और ये उसको बेहतर भविष्य देना हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है. सो हियर्स विशिंग ऑल द बेस्ट टू द जागरण न्यू मीडिया टीम और जो सारे लोग यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं. मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि हम सब मिलकर अपने बच्चों को एक बेहतर भविष्य देंगे और एक पौष्टिक भविष्य देंगे. थैंक यू.
Our gratitude, ma'am. Indeed, a very power-packed address with a lot of information. And thank you so much for giving us those valuable insights on this pertinent topic. Once again, our gratitude for your time and for being with us today. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the first panel discussion of this summit on the topic, Diet and Disease, the Unseen Link. Thank you once again, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first panel discussion of this summit on the topic, Diet and Disease, the Unseen Link. Well, the connection between diet and disease often goes unnoticed. Yet, it's a powerful and undeniable one. The food choices we make every day play a crucial role in our overall health and well-being, influencing our susceptibility to various diseases. The unseen link between diet and disease lies in the daily decisions we make at the dining table. It's not just about satisfying our taste buds, but it's about nourishing our bodies and fortifying our defenses against illness. Awareness of this link empowers us to make informed choices, prioritize our health, and reduce the risk of preventable diseases. In a sense, the food we consume isn't merely a source of sustenance. It's a powerful tool in disease prevention and overall well-being of a human being. Making mindful dietary choices can be a transformative step towards a healthier and disease-free future. To delve deeper into the topic, we today have a panel of eminent guests with us here. As we are settling the stage, I would like to introduce the names of the distinguished guests who will be joining us for this panel discussion, Ms. Swati Bhatwal, diabetes educator and public health specialist, Dr. Nitin Srivastav, senior consultant urology, kidney transplant program and robotic surgery, Artemis Hospital, Dr. Shikha Singh, clinical nutritionist, dietitian Khushbu Gupta, pregnancy educator. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Megha Mamgen, AVP Content and Strategy, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media.
Thank you everyone for being here. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. We're missing Shikha, but I think she's still on her way. If she makes it, she makes it. Otherwise, we miss her presence. So the panel that we are going to be discussing now, it's about diet and disease and the unseen link. It's often said that you are what you eat, and a healthy diet is directly linked to a healthy life. So one has to ask a question that how many of the diseases that we are facing, like Atishi just said, that so many of us are popping pills and are, their lifestyle illnesses, but we have to ask ourselves that question that how many of these diseases are actually linked to what we're eating? That tub of popcorn that we have munched on while watching a movie, or that cup of tea or coffee that we just cannot start our day without, or that, hot plate of pakoras on a rainy day that we enjoy. Oh, Shikha is here. Welcome, Shikha. So what is the connection? And, do we see a connection, or are they, slowly creeping into our lifestyle and making us more at the risk of certain diseases? To answer all of my questions, we have this brilliant panel. Let me introduce them once again. Swati Bhatwal, she's a diabetes educator and public health specialist. Dr. Nitin Srivastav, he's a senior consultant, urology and kidney transplant and robotic surgery at Artemis Hospital. Dr. Shikha Singh, she's a clinical nutritionist, and Khushbu Gupta is a dietitian and pregnancy educator. Thank you so much for being here. Let me start off quickly, Swati. There have been so many cases that we hear of heart diseases, strokes, diabetes, and they're becoming so common, right? And we are also increasingly gravitating towards fast food, packaged foods. Is a link obvious? Do you see that link?
Working?
Yeah.
So firstly, thank you so much, Megha, for inviting me. And hello to everyone. Thank you, Jagran New Media team, to invite me on the panel. So मुझे जो बोलना था वो आतिशी ने already बोल दिया है. But still, I want to add few things. सबसे पहले कोई भी लाइफस्टाइल प्रॉब्लम होती है, स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू डायबिटीज़, जैसे कि इसके फैमिली में जेनेटिक्स में है. बट लेट मी मेक इट वेरी क्लियर, जीन एक्चुअली लोड्स द गन, but environment is the one which pulls the trigger. So until and unless you're exposing your genes to that environment, you are not going to activate those genes. Now, when it comes to low vitamin D, it comes to stress factors as well, lack of exercise. There are so many things which can add in activating those genes. Now, let me give an example. Like Atishi mentioned about diabetes in India. We have a population of 101 million of diabetes in India. We've got 254 million people in India with diabetes. We've got 195 or somewhere around 200 million people with pre-diabetes. So there is a gap between the rich and the poor, and which is impacting on the difference between there is a health disparity, there is a disparity of nutrition in the country. Yes. Similarly, if we say that, modern world hai, we've got availability of all these nutrients like fast foods, not nutrition food, but we've got like fast foods available with all these preservatives. Yeah. Let's look at same era. We've got some states or some island in the world where there are people above 100 years of age. Now, how are these people, still there? They have got communities of 104, 103-year-old. It's because comes back to their lifestyle. The choices they are making, they're having natural food, they're having organic food, they are active, they have a very strong, supportive community, which actually makes a lot of difference.
Yeah. So I'm going to come back to, what you mentioned about predisposition to certain diseases. I will come back to that. But let me get in Dr. Srivastava. Dr. Srivastava, जब आपके patients आते हैं kidney symptoms लेके, how relevant does it become in diagnosis on, what the patient has been eating? What is the diet like? Does that help you? And do you see the food habit connection with the several diagnoses that you're making?
Well, thank you, Megha, for inviting me. That's a good question. So dietary habits, they have a very strong association with the diseases, although they are not the only factor.
Okay.
So say, for example, if I'm seeing a patient of kidney stone, then there are certain dietary habits which predispose a person. If a person is chronically dehydrated, if he's taking a very high salt content diet, very high sugar content diet, then he has a higher risk of developing kidney stones. We are talking about obesity now. A person who is obese, who has a BMI which is higher than the normal range, he has a higher risk of kidney stone, many other diseases, and you'll be surprised to know even cancer. So obesity becomes a risk factor for, say, for example, kidney cancer and many other cancers. So there's a strong association. And we always try to find out the dietary history from the patients. It is very relevant.
So it is important what is on your plate and what are the choices that you're making. Let me bring in Shikha now. Shikha, we talk about what we are eating, but also about the quality of what we are eating. It's also about that, isn't it? Because increasingly the worry is also about adulteration of food, the use of pesticides and the purity of products, or how our products are being stored in granaries, for instance. What does that, what kind of role does that play in impacting overall health?
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, yes, adulteration definitely does make a lot of difference in what we are eating, because what we are eating, we think that it is very, very nutritious, but it is not because of all the adulteration nowadays. First of all, when we store, during the storage of the grains and the food products, a lot of pesticides are used during their cultivation, during their storage. The storage quality is not that good, so there is a lot of fungal infection, there are a lot of mites, insects, due to which the quality deteriorates, first of all. Secondly, yes, due to the pesticides and due to the adulteration, there are a lot of problems which people are getting nowadays. The first and the most important is cancer due to the pesticides and due to the adulteration. They are getting neurological disorders, reproductive disorders, and a loss of immunity. So during adulteration, there are colors added in the food products. There are, to increase the weight, all the conquers and everything are added in the food products. There are things like chalk powder and n number of things which are added, which are actually very, very bad for health.
Yeah, exactly what our parents and grandparents used to say, कि हमारे time का खाना कितना अच्छा होता था.
Absolutely.
And that's, so we are facing, the flack of the adulteration that we are encountering every day. Let me bring in Khushbu to the conversation. Khushbu, more so during the critical time of pregnancy, the body is going through so much change. There is an entire individual that is developing, and there are so many hormonal changes. Why do you think, just lay it out, why do pregnancy educators like yourself and doctors, they give so much importance to what is being consumed, when and how is it being consumed? What about that period of pregnancy makes it so relevant and important?
So firstly, namaste everyone, and thank you Megha ji for giving me this platform to share my knowledge. To begin with, I'll start with saying that Ambu Shuddhi, Garbha Sanskar is educating the mind of the child inside the womb. And it has an aspect called as Ambu Shuddhi, that is, you pass on a lot of nutrients, emotion, lifestyle practices inside the womb when she's carrying the baby, right? So, particularly at what time, what to eat, or a small example of not having iron and calcium tablet together, this enhances a lot. So, mindful eating during the pregnancy time will not only make the mother healthy, it will also pass on a lot of nutrient to the child, and during the growing age, we can see that impact. So these little things help a lot, and what time you eat anything, that also plays an important role.
Right.
So therefore, guidance is needed.
Right. Especially, I mean, like we're saying about pregnancy, because there's so many hormonal changes, as, you know, case of gestational diabetes that is so common, and blood pressure. So women, and I think the entire families have to be very vigilant around that time. Swati, to the point that Shikha was making about how we are storing our food, and not just in, you know, in large scale, but also the kind of stuff that we are using at home. And I know that you talk a lot about that, you know, use of plastics, containers at home, etc. And you also emphasize about, you know, going back to root techniques, you know, the ancient Indian practices in eating and cooking and storage of food. What do you think, what tangible ramifications do these, you know, techniques bring about in overall health?
That's a very interesting question and very close to my heart as well. Now, let me just give a little bit of knowledge about, you know, we talk about preventative medicine. We talk about India, healthy India in the future. We have to focus on childhood nutrition. We really have to. Now, coming to that, you know, we see that the cholesterol deposition begins about the age of 10 to 12. So if you have high cholesterol, it's not the result of what you have eaten in the 3 months' time or 1 year time. It's about what you've had in the childhood as well. So having that stronger, you know, home background, which follows all these practices, what our ancient or what our grandparents have used, is very, very important. Now, simple thing is we see that we are hearing, like, you know, the cases for cancer are on rise. As simple as that, using mouthwash. Now, many of us use mouthwash. Now, taking mouthwash, it has a compound which immediately turns into acetaldehyde. Acetaldehyde is a cancer-causing compound. So, as simple as using mouthwash. Now, we've got mouthwash now. Our ancestors were using oil pulling, where they used to use sesame oil and they used to use coconut oil. That's a simple technique. Second is, I'm not asking anyone to have datun, but as simple as using datun, what happened was, when we use datun, it doesn't kill those protective bacteria in our mouth. We all are taking many of us are taking high blood pressure medication, but here we are using datun, not using datun, we are using mouthwashes which actually kill the good bacteria in our mouth. Those bacteria turns nitrogen into nitric oxide, which is protective for our heart. So just simple things, and you know, storing things in plastic and using a lot of oil, and the kind of quality of oil we are using as well makes a lot of difference to what the ancestors have used in the past. So I think overall, if we look at it, the conversation can just go on what
absolutely. And Swati talks a lot about, you know, the benefits of actually sitting on the floor and eating, you know, like our ancestors would. So yeah, there is so much. There is a knowledge bank that we are sitting on, and perhaps we need to dig more into that. Dr. Srivastav, also, there is this trend of an early onset of a lot of diseases that are, you know, youngsters, children. There are cardiovascular ailments, diabetes in children, kidney stones, I'm sure, cancer even. Swati touched upon that, but I want you to talk a little bit more about the food habits of childhood, and, you know, what we are feeding our children, what choices, like Atishi was saying, that it's so easily accessible, that packet of chips is so easily accessible. How is that impacting, you know, the risk of disease in the long run for the children?
Yeah, so whenever children are going for a packet of chips, we don't take it that seriously, and that becomes a habit. The food habit, it's a habit. It becomes a choice. So I will quote here a research which has come out of SGPGI Lucknow, And also there is data from AIMS New Delhi. The mean age of diagnosing kidney cancer globally is between 65 to 75 years of age. That is the average age. But in India, we are getting these cancers at an average age of 55 years. So we are getting these cancers almost 20 years earlier as compared to the Western population. Then there's another research which was done on immigrant population in the United States. The Southeast Asians who have been living there for quite some time, the research found out that the incidence of cancer was much higher in those individuals, those Indians, as compared to the similar age group back at home in India. So what has changed? When they moved to United States, probably there is less pollution, there is less adulteration, maybe the similar kind of stress, but the food habits are the basic things which change. More processed food, more packaged food, high salt, high sugar. So probably that is contributing a lot for early onset of these diseases.
Right. So that one choice that the child is making today, or as a youngster that we are making today, is going to impact us in the long run. So we have to be very mindful. Dr. Shikha, I also want to bring in the point of emotional and mental health. What do you see as a connection between what we are eating and link it to how we are feeling? Do you see that connection?
Absolutely. All of us actually know that food has a lot of impact on our physical health, but not most of the people know that it actually makes a lot of difference on our mental and emotional health as well. So there is a lot of, there's a direct, the food that we eat is directly related to our mental health as well. A person who is emotionally disturbed, maybe suffering from depression or anxiety, maybe that person will overeat, maybe that person will leave food completely. So definitely will have either of the problems, the problems related to obesity, or maybe the problems related to deficiency. Similarly, a person who's actually not taking proper nutritious diet might suffer from depression and anxiety. So both the things are intercorrelated, basically. So, there is a lot of people who are actually suffering from depression and anxiety are deficient of vitamins, minerals, and omega-3 fatty acids. And, whenever these kind of supplements are given to a person, and things like amino acid supplements are given to a person who is suffering from mental disorder, makes a lot of difference in the mental health.
Right. So there were some deficiencies that went unrecognized.
Yes.
Khushbu, India is seeing an increasing percentage of infertility cases. Do you make that connection to the questionable food habits that we have right now?
Yes, definitely, because firstly, we are facing unexplained infertility. That is just because couples have now started treating pregnancy as a target, timeline, also comparing their journeys. So I'll give you a small example that if you sleep on time, so your melatonin increases, which enhances your testosterone or egg quality. Eventually, it will increase your chances of getting pregnant. But what have happened because of this digital world and everything, we know we don't sleep on time.
Yeah.
It increases eventually our hunger hormones, ghrelin and all. And we eat, we binge eat, we are more in stress.
Yeah.
So, somewhere down the line, the link is there.
Yeah.
So mindful eating, sleeping, lifestyle alteration can, decrease this percentage of
infertility. As many as
infertility.
15% Indians are suffering from infertility. And these were some of the issues that we wanted to talk about in terms of, that disease connect. But Swati, when we look at, sometimes we think that healthy eating means dieting. And then we get into a rat race of all kinds of diets. There are so many. There's Atkins one day, and then there'll be intermittent the other, and then there'll be one meal a day. This is the new one that I've heard. But do you think this sort of, mad race for dieting, is that really healthy, and is that also negatively impacting the body?
Certainly, Megha, and I would like to tell everyone, and we all know that biscuits are bad or chips are bad, but there is nothing new in nutrition. There's nothing new. We are just remembering what we have actually forgotten. And we are just doing it in different ways. And all these diets which are in the market, they are always short-lived. We hear about side effects of water diet, where a woman died because of drinking too much water. Every day there is a new diet. And I would like to emphasize this, and I think we need to increase the awareness among people that the fat cells are formed in the body as a part of fetus till the time the child is 18 years of age. After that, the fat cells are not formed. It's only the volume which keeps increasing. So you have to be on that weight for 7 years to make your weight loss permanent. So all these people who are dieting, if they can survive on one meal a day for 7 years, go ahead. If you can do Atkins diet for 7
Sustainability. I think sustainability
that is really important when people actually think about doing some crash diets.
That how long will you be able to sustain that? Dr. Srivastava, can I please play the devil's advocate and say that हर चीज food से relation हो सकता है क्या? Are we putting too much blame on what we are eating? Aren't some of us already predisposed to certain things, certain kind of diseases, and the risks are already there because genetics, age, even gender, how much, what is our lifestyle like, how much are we exercising? Doesn't that also have a role to play, and that we are putting too much pressure on? I mean, some of us would like to eat out, once in a while and go for that pack of chips. Is it like completely no-go? What does a doctor have to say?
So, once in a while is okay. But if it's a habit, then it can be a problem. So, yes, it is difficult to, assign what proportion of diseases are because of your food habits. So, I'll give an example. See, human body is a much more complex machine than what we see around here. So, the build quality, that is your genetics, it is very important. What quality of machine is given to you, that is your chromosomes or genetics. But then it also matters, say if you have a very fancy car, but this will also matter what kind of oil you are putting into it, how you are maintaining it, and what terrain you are taking it to. So if you have got your genetics, you are predisposed to certain diseases, but if your diet is bad, if your lifestyle is bad, you are going on a rough terrain every now and then the diseases are going to get precipitated earlier, maybe in a worse form, difficult to control. So, yes, dietary habits.
So if you're predisposed, then you have even more of a responsibility to eat right and make the right choices. Dr. Shikha, sometimes, we've also called this session the unseen link because, these indicators are not seen unless it's too late. But is there something that we can pick on? For instance, when you have that like that tub of popcorn that we were talking about and you get bloating, is that a sign that has to be taken seriously? Some things like bad breath related to, what you're eating. What can we pick on before it's too late?
When we talk about diet, it's actually meant to be a balanced diet, a balance of everything: carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. So whenever anything is excess in our diet, for example, if we take excess of salt, that can cause water retention in our body. If we take excess of sugar in any form, maybe in the form of fruits as well, किसी भी चीज़ की अति अच्छी नहीं है, चाहे वो fruits ही क्यों ना हो. So if we take excess of fruits also, the kind of sugar in the fruits as well can cause fatty liver. तो ये बहुत सारे लोगों को नहीं मालूम है कि अगर हम एक्सेस फ्रूट खा लें तो उसकी वजह से भी फैटी लिवर हो सकता है. If we take excessive fat in our diet, it can cause a lot of heart problems. So, we need to have a balanced diet. And there are a lot of symptoms. For example, if a person is passing a lot of urine, feeling very, very thirsty, can be suffering from diabetes. A person who's having swelling on his face or feet can be, that person might be suffering from kidney disorder. So there are a lot of indications, yes, which many people do not know, but can indicate some kind of severe medical problem.
Yeah. So it's important to listen to your body. I think that's vital. Listen to your body in time. Khushbu, coming to you, and again, tapping on the fact that you're a pregnancy educator, post-pregnancy recovery for the mother and nutrition for the baby, I think it's a crucial time. And both these phases, I think, there are chances of infection or deficiencies that may develop. What are some of the key things that you ask the people that you're working with to keep in mind, include in their diet?
So firstly, should be exclusive breastfeeding. That plays a very, very important role. And for that, I must say that the role of gynae and pediatrician is there. But still, there are pregnancy educator or lactation educator. Approach them also to get correct guidance, latching techniques and all. So breastfeeding not only helps the child to get nourished, but also for the mother to recover. As well as the family. The family need to be educated. The family need to support the mother during this crucial phase, because once the baby is born, the attention goes towards the baby and the mother is neglected. So therefore, post-depression and other things, hit her. So it's better that we take care of her nourishment by giving her good calories, by being mindful of what she eats at what time, getting hydrated, because you ooze out a lot of water when you give out milk. So hydration plays a very important role. So these simple things will put on the best for the mother in her recovery phase as well as the child.
Yes, absolutely. And that time of breastfeeding, it's crucial because that's the first nourishment and that's really going to set the child up for the life. I have one final question for all of you, and this is a quick one. I want you guys, all of you, to give me one tip on something either you think we should stop doing or start doing in terms of what we are eating, the diet we are following, or lifestyle for a disease-free life. Swati.
So stop comparing. Yeah, stop comparing. And second is start moving. It's very important. Stop comparing yourself and with other people. That's very, very important. Very important for mental health.
Yes, absolutely. And everyone's health journey is individualistic and unique. Dr. Srivastav?
Yeah, so for diet, one size doesn't fit all. Yeah, so it depends on your profession. I'm going by Indian philosophy. If you are a student, your diet has to be different than a person who is preparing for wrestling or bodybuilding. So one size will not fit all, but if you want to live long, you should eat less and eat simple. That's my tip.
Okay. Eat less, eat simple. These are all mantras. You want to note them down, perhaps. Shikha.
So first of all, I would like to say that, of course, being overweight is actually in itself a medical problem. I was once 110 kg and I lost 50 kg of weight. And I help a lot of people to lose weight and cure their medical diseases only through diet and lifestyle. And I believe that diet is the most powerful thing and can cure any kind of disease. If we correct our diet and lifestyle, it can cure any disease. So one tip that I would like to give to all of you, and which I followed, I actually ask my, so many people to follow through my YouTube channel, my Instagram, and my personal clients, that finish your dinner before 7 every day. That helps a lot. If you finish your dinner early, it actually plays a very important role in your weight management as well as maintaining a good health. As well as try to follow a few more things which will include a good lifestyle that comprises of 7 to 8 hours of sleep. You should be doing any kind of physical activity for 30 minutes every day.
Right.
And have at least 3 liters of water throughout the day, and try to control your stress. But the most important thing that everyone should follow is to finish their dinner before 7, and that can cure a lot of problems in life.
Right. Now that's a simple actionable. I think we can all start eating dinner at 7. Khushbu.
So according to me, I would say follow sustainable and cost-effective diet plan. 10,000 की डाइटिशियन की फीस होती है और मेरे घर का राशन भी उतने का ही आता है. So it's better you go to someone who is cost effective. As a dietitian, I was taught that way, to calculate the cost also while giving a diet plan, which is now I don't see it anywhere. And also, in the digital world, everyone wants to be the expert. But as a consumer, you need to be very mindful of whom you pick up. So check the degree. Just like any doctor will have their license, their degree there when you go to them. Same way, even dietitian do have their license. So approach someone as a consumer, be smart of approaching someone whom you know that they will give you a correct guidance, and go for sustainable plans.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important point in this today's day and age where we are just scrolling through reels and there is so much information hitting us. Not everything on the internet is credible, which is why onlymyhealth.com, our health website, believes in factual, credible information. All of these experts and many more are empaneled on the website, so they are actually fact-checking and verifying every information that we put out. So you can trust sources like onlymyhealth.com. Thank you so much to all the panelists for this very, very interesting and knowledge points that you have given us. There's something to take back and to incorporate in our lives to make us a little less prone, little less at risk to diseases. Thank you so much.
We are also open for the audience Q&A. So if there are any questions from the audience, our panelists will be willing to take them up. Can we please pass on the mic?
My name is Rohtas. So I'm working for 3i Infotech. So I have just one question. You just telling that we have to finish dinner by 7 p.m. But practically that is not possible. So because we left from the office by 7. So what is your suggestion? How we can finish that? So what is it?
No, not at all. Not at all. I would not suggest skipping any of your meals. I would suggest carrying your dinner to your workplace, or you can either eat something which is easily available near your office, or maybe in your office canteen. You can pick healthier options. But eating late dinners will definitely cause a lot of health problems. So taking an initiative and putting in a little bit of hard work towards your health, because what do we people earn for? If we are not healthy enough, if we are not able to work till long, why are we earning? Why are we working? We need to be healthy. If we'll be healthy, we'll be working till long, So it's always a good choice to finish your dinner early as possible.
Can I just add on? You can have a glass of milk, okay? Aajkal Tetra Packs bhi available hai. By the time you come home, so because it's rich in protein and good amount of carbs, which is healthy. So what will happen? It will remain in your stomach for longer period of time. Even if you eat after coming home, you won't binge or you won't overeat, right? Because of these gaps, sometimes you tend to overeat a lot. So that won't happen. See, the thing is that there are a lot of things in the market. So, a dietitian cannot be a doctor cannot be a dietitian. This is the rule. But still, dairy products were taken by our parents or grandparents. And calcium, the source of calcium, we do get it from there. We do get protein. For a vegan to have protein in right amount, we need milk, we need dairy. But it should be low fat, if we put it that way. So sometimes we need to see the modernization have come into the picture, but at the same time, our grandparents were having these kind of diets. And we could see the result during the COVID time itself.
Okay,
Can we pass on the mic, please?
Sorry, we have one question here. We'll come back to you, sir.
Yeah.
Since you're holding the
No,
mic.
it's fine. 7 p.m. is the dinner. Just complete the cycle. What time we should take breakfast and lunch?
So I would suggest...
Sorry.
Yes.
So your question is?
My question is that 7 p.m. is dinner, which is fine. Therefore, what time we should take breakfast and lunch so that the sequence is complete?
Okay.
Yep.
I always suggest a 7 to 8 hours of sleep, which actually is a must for our body to rest properly. If our body is not resting properly, our body will definitely be producing a lot of cortisol, which is a stress hormone. Our body will continuously be in stress. So as the day passes, as the night approaches, the metabolism of our body decreases. And the later we'll have our dinner, the dinner will be kept undigested in our stomach. That will be converted into fat, will lead to obesity, will lead to indigestion, bloating, and things like that. So I would always suggest to sleep by 10:30, 11 maximum, and wake up by 6:30, 7 in the morning, have your breakfast by 8, then have a little, yes.
No, please carry on.
Have your breakfast by 8 to 9, then a little snack by around 10:30, 11 in the form of fruit. Then you can have your lunch by 1 to 2, then again an evening snack by around 4:30, 5:30, and then finish your dinner by 7. That can be anything which is easily available. That the dinner should not be lavish, first of all. The dinner should be the lightest meal of the day. You should be having a heavy breakfast, lighter lunch, and lightest dinner. So the lighter the dinner, you'll easily be able to sleep properly, you'll easily be able to digest it, and you will never ever gain weight in your life.
But the caveat I would say is that, again, like we were mentioning, that there is no thumb rule that applies to everyone. There'll be underlying conditions and, lifestyle changes. Therefore, please take everything that we're discussing here as a, broad outline. But for individual, I think what you need to incorporate, you must approach, one of the experts here or elsewhere, but to keep it customized to yourself and your lifestyle. The lady in front had a question. Do you still want to ask? Okay. Yeah.
That's absolutely all right, but it depends on what kind of portion size, what kind of diets, diseases. Irrespective of that, like ma'am said, that there is a general outline.
Yes.
So I don't think any of us is endorsing that remove dairy.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. Thank you.
Invisible fat, basically.
Yes. Any other questions, or can we? Oh, there are a couple of questions. Okay. Could somebody pass the mic? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to ask whether intermittent fasting is sustainable for reversing metabolic disorders like diabetes. Like, we have patients coming up with this, so I wanted to know.
Swati, would you like to take that?
Okay, so my approach is quite different. And based on current evidences, it shows that if you continuously eat, when they say have 6 meals in a day, that's absolutely ridiculous to have 6 meals in a day, because you're constantly increasing your insulin throughout the body. You can have small snacks only if it doesn't stop you from adding extra calories in your diet. So if you are looking at intermittent fasting, if you are looking at 14 hours of fasting, it's totally fine. If that is something you can work forever, please go ahead. The more research shows that 2 meals in a day is sufficient enough for you to have a healthy, active lifestyle. You don't have to constantly feed your body. If you look at it, you will find research on starvation, or you're looking at fasting. So fasting helps in repairing our body. So intermittent fasting is one of the fasts. If you can carry on, you're going to reduce that insulin, fasting insulin or serum PP insulin in your body, which is going to prevent that diabetes or pre-diabetes in the future.
Okay. I remember we were discussing one time that our ancient, our forefathers would actually have 2 meals a day.
Exactly.
There was no culture of having a breakfast separately.
No.
And so that falls into that realm of how we always
And
ate.
if you are doing intermittent fasting, there is also a tip for you. If you exercise in the fasted state, when you have not eaten anything, you tend to burn fat faster. And secondly, even if you have eaten something, there is a gap of 6 hours from your last meal. You tend to burn fat faster if you exercise. So intermittent fasting is always a bonus if it works for you.
Yeah. But again, your underlying conditions, don't try intermittent fasting if you're pregnant or something. So please keep this as a broad outline. Lady here has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
I'm Dr. Sanchita Bhattacharya. I'm an MBBS doctor, but I practice as a holistic health physician. And I help people reverse diabetes and other lifestyle diseases. Regarding the point of vegan diet and all, and your mention, Dr. Dietitian Khushbu, that milk is rich in calcium. Actually, the countries which have the largest incidence of osteoporosis consume the largest dairy products. So calcium, though, is a product which is rich in calcium, it is acidic in nature. Milk is acidic in nature and actually leaches out calcium from the bones. So to improve your calcium levels, it's best to take plant-based products. There are lots of green leafy vegetables. There is the chickpeas and other legumes. There is the nuts and seeds. Everything has calcium in it. I mean, how do the cows get their calcium? So why go through an indirect source? The cows get it from the grass, right? So even we as human beings can be surviving on plant-based foods. And if you've listened to this or looked at this Netflix serial which has come out recently, Live to 100, there, the Blue Zones people, they just take 1 or 2% of their diet as animal foods. 98% of their food is from plant-based products. Yeah. So plants provide us with everything that we need for our survival, for our health, for our longevity. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Also to add to that, we talk about calcium all the time. We forget that excess of calcium is also it's not good for our heart as well. So we keep looking at calcium, excess of calcium is not good. Now, second is, green leafy vegetables are so rich in calcium. If you look at it, simple as that is curry leaves. We don't have curry leaves in our diet, or sometimes we do, sometimes we don't chew them. Curry leaves are excellent for you. And most importantly, we have to look at the metabolism of calcium and the activation of calcium in our body. Most of our Indian body, we are deficient in magnesium. If you're low in magnesium, calcium will not be will not be absorbed in the body properly. And secondly, we are also looking at vitamin D, which is very, very important. And out of 4, at least 3 of us will be low in vitamin D. So adding to that, I think it's getting the right balance is very important.
Can I add something? Yes, please. Yeah. So, because we're talking about calcium, I see so many patients who have a habit of popping pills, calcium supplement, vitamin D supplement, vitamin C supplement. So, supplements are not the same. The calcium which comes from your diet, be it vegetables, be it milk, philosophy may differ, is good for you. But the calcium which is coming from the pills is not handled in the similar manner in your body. So, take supplements only when prescribed and to the extent which is prescribed to you.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Hi, my name is Brimming Sharma. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अभी बैठे बैठे ही हमारे को 4-5 तरह के कन्फ्यूज़न हो गए. Someone says कि मिल्क लेना चाहिए, somebody says कि मिल्क नहीं लेना चाहिए, कोई कहता है ग्रीन वेजिटेबल खाना चाहिए, इंजेक्शन लगा के तोरी घिया कैसे बढ़ती हैं सब लोग देखते हैं. तो कन्फ्यूज़न ये खाएं तो खाएं क्या, ठीक है, जिंदा कैसे रहें, ठीक है. अब गिविंग द एग्जांपल ऑफ द ओल्ड पीपल, सुबह 4 बजे उठते थे, ठीक है ना, 40-40 लड्डू खा लेते थे, कोई डायबिटीज़ नहीं होती थी, कोई बीमारी नहीं होती थी. तो मेरे को जो लग रहा है इट इज़ मोर रिलेटेड टू फिजिकल वर्क रादर देन नो अदर थिंग्स. और मैंने एक बुक पढ़ी थी जिसमें लिखा हुआ था कि मिल्क इज़ ए पॉइजन, पीना ही नहीं चाहिए. पूरी किताब लिख दी डाइटिशियन ने उसके ऊपर. तो कंफ्यूजन ये कैल्शियम कहाँ से ले, वेजिटेरियन लोग कहाँ से अपना कैल्शियम का जो है अपना वो कंप्लीट करें जो है ना. विटामिन डी वाली आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है. एसी कमरों में रहते हैं, एसी गाड़ी में चलते हैं, आईटी के लोग एसी में ही काम करते हैं पूरी ज़िंदगी. डी सबका 8, 7, 6, 5 ऐसा कभी भी टेस्ट करा लो. वही डॉक्टर साहब ने जैसे कहा कि जो गोली वाला काम करेगी वो एक नेचुरल जो आपको धूप से जो आपको विटामिन डी मिलना वो नहीं कर पाएगा जी. तो घूम फिर के ना ये बची कुची जो कमी है वो इंटरनेट पूरी कर देता है जी, दुनिया भर के, और व्हाट्सएप कर देता है. तो दिस इज़ द कन्फ्यूज़न कि कैसे करें क्या करें. तो फिर तो ये लगता है यार जो चल रहा है चलने दो, खाओ पियो मौज करो, जितने जिंदा रहना जिंदा.
Would any of you like to take, because you know this is an angst that a lot of us feel that बहुत confusion है. और सही बोला है कि बहुत सारी information is bombarded, बहुत सारी information unverified होती है. लेकिन वो इस तरीके से लिखी जाती है और प्रेजेंट करी जाती है that you tend to believe it. So, what is the way out?
I would like to say that किसी भी चीज़ की अति अच्छी नहीं है. हर चीज़ मॉडरेशन में लीजिए, हर चीज़ खाइए और अपनी बॉडी की सुनिए. आपकी बॉडी बहुत अच्छे इंडिकेशंस देती है. अगर बॉडी में कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आती है तो आपकी बॉडी सबसे पहले इंडिकेट करती है, हम उसे इग्नोर करते हैं. अगर कभी भी हमें खाना प्रॉपर्ली डाइजेस्ट नहीं हो रहा, एसिडिटी होने लगती है, हम उसे इग्नोर कर देते हैं. सर दर्द होता है, हम इग्नोर कर देते हैं. चीज़ों को इग्नोर नहीं करना है. कभी भी बॉडी में कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आती है वो आपके डाइट से रिलेटेड है. तो आप हर चीज़ खाइए, मॉडरेशन में खाइए. फिजिकल एक्टिविटी पहले के लोगों में बहुत ज़्यादा होती थी, बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ड वर्किंग होते थे पहले के लोग, अब उतना नहीं है. तो कंपैरेटिवली हमें चीज़ों को कम करना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि फिजिकल एक्टिविटी उतनी नहीं है. लेकिन आप हर चीज़ खाइए, मॉडरेशन में लीजिए. अनटिल एंड अनलेस आपको लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंस नहीं है तो मिल्क बिल्कुल भी बंद करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. किसी को PCOS की प्रॉब्लम है, हम सजेस्ट करते हैं डेयरी अपने डाइट में रिड्यूस करिए. अगर लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंस है तो डेयरी रिड्यूस करिए. अगर आपको कुछ ऐसे एलर्जी नहीं है, अगर ग्लूटेन एलर्जी है तो हम बोलते हैं कि वीट आप अपने डाइट में कम कर दो. लेकिन बहुत फैंसी हो गया है आजकल ग्लूटेन फ्री डाइट्स. ग्लूटेन सबको अपनी डाइट में बंद करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. अगर आप एलर्जिक नहीं हो तो आपको बंद करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. आप मॉडरेशन में हर चीज़ ले सकते हो. फिजिकल एक्टिविटी रखिए. अडल्ट्रेशन हर चीज़ में है. दूध में है तो खाने की हर चीज़ में है.
सर जो हवा भी हम ले रहे हैं ना वो भी कोई प्योर नहीं है.
I think we can have one more question. एक और question we can have.
We just have time for one more question. Let's
Yeah.
take that and then.
So I would like to add here the comment. I am Seema Singh and I have, 1 decade kind of tenure in the Fortis Hospital as a HOD there in the clinical nutrition. So I would like to add some points here from the point of view of diet therapy. You say milk lena hai ki nahi lena hai. Of course milk lena hai. And she said if we don't have the lactose intolerant तो हमें मिल्क अवॉइड करने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. एंड कैल्शियम के लिए वरीड होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. मिल्क इज़ डेफिनेटली रिक्वायर्ड. एज समबडी सेड कि मिल्क ज़्यादा लेंगे तो एसिडिटी हो जाएगी, हार्ट पे प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. वो बहुत अति होती है तब होता है. अदरवाइज आप कैल्शियम सप्लीमेंट नहीं ले रहे, मिल्क इज़ मोर देन इनफ. यू कैन ऐड रागी, यू कैन ऐड ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स ऑल्सो टू गेट द कैल्शियम. बट मिल्क को ओमिट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. If you cannot digest the milk because of some other problem but not the lactose intolerance, then you can go for curd and paneer. All right. Second confusion I can see over here about is vitamin D. Vitamin D we all are deficient, we have to take. Third one is diabetes reversal along with the intermittent diet. So about the fact about the intermittent diet is नो मैटर हमारे एंसेस्टर्स लेते थे, हमारे पूर्वज लेते थे, बट उनका लाइफस्टाइल डिफरेंट है. राइटली सेड बाय डॉक्टर शिखा सिंह. बट द थिंग इज कि राइट नाउ इफ वी विल ट्राई टू गो फॉर द इंटरमिटेंट डाइट वी आर डीलिंग विद लॉट ऑफ स्ट्रेस. राइटली यू ऑल सेड कि हमारे पास डिनर करने का टाइम नहीं है. हाउ विल डू, आपने शायद मेंशन किया. सो विद द स्ट्रेस डेफिनेटली वी विल ट्रिगर द एसिडिटी. If we will trigger the acidity, we cannot do the intermittent diet, not allowed at all.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much. And this Q&A became very collaborative. Thank you very much for participating with all your questions and comments. With that, I think it's time to wrap this panel. Thank you so much, all of our panelists. And you can, of course, like I said, believe credible information, follow all of our panelists. They are available on social media. They put out great content. And you can reach out to them for any clarifications. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Our gratitude to all the panelists. Ms. Megha Mangan, I would request you to kindly present a memento as a token of gratitude to all our distinguished guests here. Can we all put our hands together for a wonderful panel here? A lot of insights into the topic, a lot of learnings and understandings on the topic. Thank you once again, and I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you once again. And the questions, I think we can take them personally. जितने भी questions रह गए हैं, we can take them personally during the networking tea break. As now we will disperse for a short networking tea break. Let us all meet in the hall in the next 30 to 35 minutes. Thank you. Your kind attention, please. In another 5 minutes, we'll be starting the summit, the second leg of the summit. I request all the participants, guests, and speakers outside to kindly come inside the hall and take their seats. This will help us ensure to start the next leg of the summit in time. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to once again welcome you all to the Jagran New Media's new initiative, Only My Health presents Poshan Summit 2023, elevating well-being and holistic harmony. I would take a moment to once again mention the incredible contribution of our esteemed sponsors, our state sponsor, the Government of Punjab, our Ayurvedic lifestyle partner, the Ayurveda Company, our hydration partner, Fast and Up, and our partner, Enveda. Thank you so much for your support. And before we commence the next leg of the summit, I request you all to kindly show your energy by putting your hands together and help us understand that you people are really enjoying the Poshan Summit. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. I really appreciate. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very interesting fireside chat on the topic, nutrition for improving mental and physical health. I would request Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Lead State India Country Program, PATH, to kindly come up on the stage. And it is my honor to conduct this fireside chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. It is lovely to have you here. सबसे पहले मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगी पाथ के बारे में समझने की, क्या काम है और विजन क्या है आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पीछे का.
Hello. Yes, audible. So I'm Abhijit Sinha. I'm state lead for PATH. PATH stands for Program for Appropriate Technology in Health, and it's a global non-profit working in 70 countries. And it has a presence more than 40 years, and we have been working in more than 25 states across different issues, maternal health, nutrition, reproductive health. So PATH actually has a strength of working with drugs, vaccine, diagnostics, digital health, and overall strengthening health system. So health system strengthening is overall the approach.
The topic of our fireside chat is nutrition for improving mental and physical health. Nutrition and its connection with physical health is very well known. But when we talk about the mental health, how important is to understand this connection between nutrition and the mental health, mental well-being of an individual? क्योंकि कई बार ये होता है कि हम, for example, I'll tell you what, क्योंकि मैं अभी बात करूँगी तो कैफीन की से शुरुआत करते हैं, कॉफ़ी से, चाय से शुरुआत करते हैं. कई बार ये होता है कि हमें पता ही नहीं होता है कि which level is acceptable in terms of caffeine. Because I'll tell you what, कि अभी शो के बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा, अभी बीच में जब हाई टी हुआ, मुझे ऐसा लगा अभिजीत कि मुझे हेडेक हो रहा है, तो जाकर के सबसे पहले कॉफ़ी ले लेती हूँ, मुझे अच्छा फील होगा. वैसे ही हुआ, अच्छा फील हुआ मुझे. एंड आई केम बैक, आई वॉज ऑल किक्ड अप फॉर दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन विद यू. तो कैसे समझें? आई नो दैट इज़ नॉट वेरी हेल्दी, आई कुड हैव हैड समथिंग मच बेटर. ग्रीन टी का भी ऑप्शन था, मगर ग्रीन टी मैंने जा करके नहीं ली. आई वेंट फॉर कॉफ़ी, आई वेंट फॉर कैफीन. तो आप कैसे समझाएंगे? क्योंकि आज हम सबके लिए एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है. हाउ डू यू एक्सप्लेन द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन न्यूट्रिशन, राइट न्यूट्रिशन, एंड द मेंटल वेलबींग ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल?
श्योर, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा है. फिजिकल हेल्थ and nutrition is everyone known, I think very known topic. But when we talk about mental health and nutrition, I'll just go by one example. COVID is an example. The stress, anxiety, and the mental conditions, where we were so much stressed and, looking for a kind of support on that, psychosocial support, I would say. So there is a very strong relation between gastrointestinal tract, that, and the brain. So, like for instance, you said you went for the coffee because you want simulators, some oxidants, to proper, support to become active kind of. So I think if you see, nutrition has a very strong link, anxiety, depression, stress. And if we don't eat properly, if the nourishment is not proper, it affects the brain. So it will worsen the situation, for example. So I will give example of persons who are depressed. They would ignore nutrition and it will affect. So it is kind of a vicious cycle, I would say. vicious cycle. So when you have a mental problem, you would have not eat properly. That is the condition. And when also like for simple stress, anxiety disorder, you would look for a proper nourishment, and brain requires that, function. So, and it is very much linked with your gut. So there is a lot of research evidence now saying there is a strong connection between your food and the mental and your mood. So it's all linked with the food. So a lot of evidence, a lot of research is going on, and that is very evident on.
You told us about the eating disorders. Because anxiety, depression, or stress can lead to like eating more or eating less. But when this situation a person faces, how important it is to understand that there should be right awareness, जिससे हमें समझ में आए कि how important it is to keep yourself nourished in terms of mental well-being. Physical well-being तो होता ही है, mental well-being is very essential. And इसमें counseling कितना बड़ा role निभाती है?
Very important question. I think, first of all, there is a lot of information available. If you see nutrition, I think a participant also raised that, enough information, and we are not able to digest properly, because all the sources are different information coming. So here comes, I think, very important role of nutrition informatics, where information is right about nutrition, all the, there. And there should be some credible place, internet or maybe a place where it should be a credible information. Because in COVID times also, you would have seen misinformation. So I think that is prevailing. Overall, I think understanding the need, balanced diet, balanced nutrition, that is very important. So physical, mental health, very much linked, I would say. So it has to be integrated approach. Like if you're following that integrated approach means taking care of your physical health as well as mental health. So keeping exercise is important, diet is important, right diet information, and that is important. Diet, I would say, adequate, looking into what is the underlying causes. I will give example of cardiovascular diseases or type 2 diabetes. And there, you need to know what to eat, what not to eat. And I think nutrition informatics, and I think there is a need of proper nutrition informatics in the country, where people should know the right information, what to eat, what not to eat. 80% of the disease can be controlled as per the WHO, type 2 diabetes, with the proper nutrition. Along with your medication, everything, but I think diet is so important. So it has to be very much integrated into it, but I think lack of awareness. I think you can understand at our level what is the awareness, but if you go to the rural, the divide with urban and rural, you will find they lack information, and there's no information provided. With COVID also we've seen ये करना चाहिए, वो नहीं करना चाहिए, कितने सारे उसमें myths and misconception है, that need to be broken. So, and that is why right information would be very important on that.
Can unprecedented intake of processed food, packaged food can also lead to a slow stage of depression, anxiety, stress? क्योंकि हमारे बीच कई ऐसे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जो कि जिनका टाइम शेड्यूल नहीं अलाउ करता कि राइट टाइम पे खाना खा लें जो भी प्रिस्क्राइब्ड होता है, क्योंकि सबका टाइम टेबल अलग होता है, वर्क शेड्यूल अलग होता है, शिफ्ट्स अलग होती हैं. ऐसे में कई बार वी ऑप्ट फॉर समथिंग विच इज़ प्रोसेस्ड. व्हाट डू यू सजेस्ट कि ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम कैन दिस be an alarming situation for our mental as well as physical health?
Very important question, I think, because a lot of people are going for fast food and other. So processed meat, processed food is not good in the long run. And I will quote study from the research experience, research background, that there were studies done on the cause of death, with cardiovascular diseases and other. And I think one of the causes is processed food. High salt, a lot of other reasons. You can understand sugar content. High sugar content is also not good for mental health. So that brings complexity. So I would advise eating fresh, and would be I think advisable. If you are eating regularly, then it affects. Once you eat and once in a blue moon you eat, it's not a problem. But if you are regularly having processed meat, that is definitely harmful. and research evidence suggests that not to eat regularly. That's
हाइड्रेशन का कितना बड़ा रोल होता है टू कीप योर सेल्फ मेंटली एक्टिव, क्योंकि एंड ऑल्सो फिजिकली एक्टिव. देर आर टाइम्स लाइक इफ आई टेल यू अबाउट माई सेल्फ, एक ऐसा टाइम था जब मुझे पता ही नहीं चलता था कि मुझे प्यास लगी है. आई एम थर्स्टी. Like I could have worked on and on and on, like for straight 6 hours without having water. But then I consulted my doctor when I had developed this random headache. तब मुझे realize हुआ कि क्योंकि doctor told me कि भाई पानी आपको, even if it is not required, you have to ensure कि you keep on gulping water. So how important is to keep yourself hydrated to stay healthy in every aspect?
It's very important to keep yourself hydrated. Minimum having recommended is like 7 to 8, a liter of water, but food from the morning to evening. It's for everyone, for all age group, right from children to mothers, to everyone. It's very important, and I think that balance need to be there. So with adequate intake of water, or water, maybe can be formed in juice or other liquids, but that is very important, and it is right from the children to everyone, I think. And we sense out, but I think children cannot sense out. It's very important for the family to make understand that what is so important, hydration. Yeah.
Which are the important nutrients जो कि हम primary level पे recommend करेंगे to everyone, especially young children, teenage people? Essential vitamins, nutrients जो उनकी diet में होना ही होना चाहिए, which will enhance their physical growth as well as the mental well-being. When I talk about the teenagers, I'm talking about the students who are studying, schooling कर रहे हैं.
Right. So for, I think, cognitive development also, I think iron is a very important content which has to be there, and iron folic acid we say for children. Then nutrients, I think vitamin A is very important, supplementation, as it brings immunity. And vitamin D, E, K, vitamin B complex, B, all B1, B2, and they are all very important. And as you know, vitamins are in the less food, so our plate has everything. But if you compare to the rural India, they have very few meals. And even the meal is compromised, they don't get. So I think if they have green vegetables or egg, or looking into local diet, it can enrich. Also, if you talk about urban also integrating all this, if you have green leafy vegetables or different vitamin sources, that will enrich that. But vitamins are difficult to make, and it needs a proper kind of synthesis in the body. So that requires a good balanced diet regularly. So, and generally we don't, even if you go for a testing, we would also lack some of the vitamins, in our body. But time to time it is important. Someone spoke about vitamin D, D1 and D2. So D1, there's two vitamins. One you get from the sunshine, we call sunshine vitamin, but other is also from the oil, cod liver oil, and other food, you need to eat to get that. So both is important.
Abhijit, last question. When we talk about spreading awareness about right nutrition, it's very important that you spoke about the rural part of our country. How important is to spread awareness among those people? As you just mentioned, कि those people are deprived of essential food items. उनको अब पता ही नहीं है कि क्या vitamins हैं, क्या nutrients हैं, जो खाना मिल रहा है वो खा रहे हैं. कितना ज़रूरी है कि उस grassroots level तक जा करके खाने के महत्व को, पोषण के महत्व को समझाना कितना अहम, कितना ज़रूरी है?
Very important to reach the last mile. I think सबसे important आपने जो बताया था interpersonal counseling. It's very important because we've been working from ages. Lot of nutrition indicators आप देखिए, stunting, wasting, we have not done good. So a lot of efforts need to be there to make people aware. Especially tribal, rural, and those areas, even urban poor, I would talk about. So awareness is very important, but it needs to be strategic. It is like behavior change communication, I would say, very important. Interpersonal communication is very important. Maybe different modes, different media need to be there. Contents need to be developed accordingly, as per the need. So I think that is there we can make a dent. Otherwise, I think we are not doing much great on that nutrition. If you see country, how it is lagging behind in terms of global indicators and all. But yeah, we have progressed well. But we should work hard towards doing that behavior change communication, interpersonal communication to make it happen. Because it's not very difficult. You can imagine we are not able to convince ourselves. ये नहीं खाना है, हम लोग खुद नहीं खाते. But imagine a pregnant woman or a child or undernourished child or stunted child. How would they understand if the family is not educated? So family as a unit, we should talk about both mother, parents, father to educate, If we educate them, if we educate the influencers, community influencers, family influencers, we can definitely win. Yeah.
So if you want to put it like this, the conclusion of this fireside chat, it's very important to spread awareness among everyone and right counseling. If you do not know, like particularly for the urban people, urban houses, अगर आपको नहीं पता है कि क्या खाना है, क्या नहीं खाना है, what is important, to go for counseling to the right person.
Right person.
Thank you so much, Abhijit, for joining us and helping us, giving the insights on this very important topic. I would request Mr. Gaurav Arora, COO of Jagran New Media, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Abhijit Sinha. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Abhijit Sinha? Thank you once again, gentlemen. With this, we have come to another thought-provoking panel discussion on the topic Challenges of Addressing Growing Nutritional Deficiencies in Women, Policies, Laws, Shortcomings, How to Address the Issues, Common Factors in Women. In an age where abundant food choices surround us, it is paradoxical that an increasing number of women suffer from what's often termed as hidden hunger, a state of undernutrition despite adequate calorie intake. Addressing hidden hunger in women requires a multifaceted approach. This includes improving access to diverse, nutritious food, promoting nutrition education, advocating for gender equality, and supporting policies that prioritize the nutritional needs of women. Recognizing and addressing these challenges is essential to ensure that women receive the nutrition they need for a healthier future. For this panel discussion, I'll introduce the eminent and distinguished guests. I'll pause here for a minute till the time our team is setting the stage up for the panel discussion. And there is an important update, ladies and gentlemen. Our panelist, Dr. Urvashi Prasad, Director, Office of Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, is running late. She'll be joining us in another 5 minutes. But let me welcome on the stage Dr. Preeti Khanna, Postdoc Technical Expert, Anemia Exemplar, India, AIMS, New Delhi. Ms. Shweta Khandilwal, Senior Advisor. I'm so sorry, I'm not getting this name of the organization. Japaigo. Ms. Shweta Khandelwal from Japaigo, she's a senior advisor. Ms. Jyoti Arora, Chief Dietitian, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and this panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Megha Mamgen, AVP, Content and Strategy, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media.
Thank you once again for joining us today, and this discussion is going to be very interesting. How many of us are familiar with the term hidden hunger? Oh, there are a few who know. You see, all of us have felt the pangs of hunger, a feeling of distress, I think, when you miss a meal. And that can be addressed by, reaching out for a plate of, conventional plate of food. But, hidden hunger, I think, is much more sinister because you don't really feel it. You don't feel hidden hunger. But it really attacks the core of your health and well-being. Hidden hunger basically refers to deficiencies of micronutrients. Those can be minerals or vitamins. And in India, the big victims of hidden hunger are women and children. And when we say that, women and children, that means that this mark of hidden hunger is actually on all of us Indians. So to discuss this very pertinent topic, I am very honored and I have the pleasure of a great panel. Urvashi, of course, is running a little late, but we'll be very happy to have her. Urvashi Prasad, she's the director in the Office of Vice Chairman at Niti Aayog. Then, of course, we've been joined by Dr. Preeti Khanna. She's a postdoc, technical expert in Anemia Exemplar India at AIIMS. Shweta Khandelwal is senior advisor, JAPIGO. And Jyoti Arora is the chief dietitian at the All India Institute of Ayurveda. Now, Preeti, I'll start with you. And I'll talk to you directly about anemia. And we know that how common it is. Data from the National Family Health Survey found that more than half of women and children in India are affected by anemia. What do you think are the big reasons for it? And not just that, we also want to understand what it means that half of, 50% of half of our population, more than half, is affected by anemia. What are the implications of that?
So what I would like to, add over here is that anemia is a problem which is unseen problem. And then when we move forward, we also need to understand that anemia is happening in every socioeconomic strata. It's not only lower socioeconomic strata or the upper, but impacting the persons of every socioeconomic strata. Moving forward, the low quality diets, definitely yes, is one of the biggest reasons that why anemia is prevalent so much in all the countries, not just India per se, but definitely yes, we do have a higher prevalence in higher income group countries as well in comparison to India. And when we are talking about poor quality diets, iron absorption in our bodies again is one of the biggest factors because the iron from the diet is not well absorbed when it comes to our gut microbiota with the kind of diets that we are currently consuming. And also to add on to another very important reason and an upcoming area of research, which is known as anemia of inflammation. For example, we had a crisis of COVID in our country. And through COVID, we understood the concept of cytokines and inflammation in the body and C-reactive proteins. And the latest evidence is, suggesting and giving us a direction in the way forward that anemia could also be due to inflammation in the body. So, having inflammatory diets, again, which are high-fat, sugar-salt diets, they can be a precursor also towards this problem of anemia. And again, not consuming the right kind of sources at the right window of opportunity is something that needs to be considered as a measure when we're talking about anemia in our country. Definitely the implications are at a higher stake, and that is why I think we all are gathered here to discuss about it. But definitely, yes, moving forward, the policy implications and the reforms that we are currently working towards need to be in the direction that we are able to combine our clinical and research practice with the public health programs. Thank you.
Right. That's an interesting point that Preeti made. That it's common in both, and it's across class. It's across regions. Shweta, I want to bring you in. I want to talk about that we are a country where women in particular, they eat the last and the least. In so many households, they eat the last and the least. When we are talking about deficiencies, do you think that social behavior or our subconscious biases also play a role?
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers for having me. I think it's a very important topic because, like you rightly pointed out, we always say that you are what your mother ate. Many times you say that you are what you ate, right? मतलब जो हम खा रहे हैं, हम जैसा अन्न वैसा मन हम अपने लिए बोलते हैं. But research also tells you that you are what your mother ate. There is a very interesting study which was done by International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI in short. What they did was they went to the midday school program, midday meal. We all know that it's there it's also called PM Poshan scheme. तो उसमें बच्चों को स्कूल के बच्चों को खाना दिया जाता है, हाँ. एंड इन्होंने ये स्टडी में क्या देखा कि जिन माओं को ड्यूरिंग प्रेगनेंसी जब वो छोटी थी और पढ़ रही थी एंड उनको खाना मिला था, तो जब उनकी शादी हुई और उनके बच्चे हैं तो क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ा उस खाने का. तो आप ये सोचिए इंटरजेनरेशनल इम्पैक्ट था. वी कुड फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पैक्ट ऑफ दोज मदर्स हु वर फेड बेटर than those who did not get food on the birth weight of the child, on the cognition of the child. So there are so many linkages between different generations जो माँ के थ्रू होता है. दूसरा एक और भी इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट है जो बताते हैं बर्थ कोहॉर्ट्स होते हैं. हम लोग रिसर्च में स्टडी करते हैं, मतलब हम प्रेगनेंसी होने से पहले से अगर हम उनको स्टडी कर रहे हैं और जब बच्चे भी वो आगे बढ़ के बच्चे उनके हो जाए, वो उनको बर्थ कोहॉर्ट्स बोलते हैं. तो उसमें से भी जो डेटा निकला, वट एवर वी फाउंड वॉज दैट 3 generations तक इम्पैक्ट रहता है सिंगल मदर न्यूट्रिशन का. सो ऑब्वियसली सोशल कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट में आप देवी बोलते हो, आप सारा पूजा करते हो, लेकिन खाने में एक फ्रेज है वुमेन के लिए, सीन बट नॉट हर्ड. मतलब आप उनको देख रहे हो, सब कुछ दे रहे हो इम्पोर्टेंस बोलने में, लिप सर्विस, मतलब विद ऑल रिस्पेक्ट टू ऑल द मेन हियर. आई नो यू हैव वाइव्स, सिस्टर्स एंड फैमिलीज एट होम, बट प्लीज रिमेंबर दैट दैट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लिंक दैट वी मिस. मैं हाँ बोल रही हैं मतलब हो ही रहा है, कोई बात नहीं, बट प्लीज रिमेंबर दैट वो ही लिंक है आपकी फ्यूचर जनरेशन को आगे ले जाने का और इम्पॉर्टेंट लिंकेजेस स्थापित करने का. एंड फॉर दैट रीजन आई थिंक आई एम वेरी फॉन्ड ऑफ एक्रोनिम्स बिकॉज आई रियली लाइक कि ईजी टू रिमेंबर हो. तो विमेन की इंपॉर्टेंस के लिए मैंने एक STREE सोचा है, जस्ट टू सो दैट आप टेक होम के लिए ईजी हो. S का मतलब विमेन के लिए साइंस, solidarity and solutions. You need good science for them. Research भी आप अभी रूम में ही different opinions हो जाते हैं. So good quality science, solidarity, come together. All the stakeholders should come together. And solutions. Let's focus on them. Problems बहुत है, PCOD है, anemia है, undernutrition है. We can name and go on and on. But what is the solution? I think we should focus on that. T is for use of technology. All the women have become champions in using WhatsApp for them. But उसका health के लिए use AI, artificial intelligence का use, technology के form में उनकी health के लिए थोड़ा and nutrition के लिए focus होना चाहिए. R is for their resilience, for good research on these people and getting good data, so that हम लोग जैसे जो public policy में काम करते हैं, हमको भी अच्छा data उनसे मिले. And last के 2 E's, the one which is empowerment, education, आप उसे जो बोलना चाहें, engagement, उनके साथ engage करिए, समझिए. सिर्फ यहाँ बैठ के अगर हम ये बोल देंगे रूरल में प्रॉब्लम है, हम लोग ठीक है, it's not true sir. I've been to the field, I've worked 20 years in the field. It's not like कि उनको कम आता है. कहीं भी उनको वो जो बेनिफिशियरी की नज़र से हम देखते हैं ना, I don't think that's the right attitude. So that, and last is enabling environment. We have to give them an enabling environment. हम लोग अपने घर से शुरुआत करें. So that is, yes. With that I will.
Very well said, Shweta. And I think हमारे कितने घरों में होता है कि जो माँ है वो सब डब्बे के सबसे लास्ट रोटी लेगी या बचा हुआ खाना खाएगी. I think that we have to empower her to think differently. That sacrifice is not a sacrifice that she's making for herself. It's going to impact generations. Jyoti, I want to bring you into the conversation now. And this India problem looks like an India problem that there are so many deficiencies, micronutrient deficiencies. Do you think that it asks for an India solution? Does Ayurveda have a solution to answer this question?
See, for the single nutrient deficiencies, they are very easy solutions, whether this is the fortification of nutrients in the staple food or biofortification of the crops. But actually, the micronutrient absorption and assimilation is happening. Unlike the drug dose response curve in a sigmoid form, it is happening in a U-shaped form. That means micronutrients actually are getting intertwined in many processes inside the body. For the classical example is the nutritional anemia. In the nutritional anemia, not only the iron absorption is hampered, you really need to take care of the vitamin C, folic acid, proteins, everything you really have to take care of. Only then you really can correct the anemia. So that is the reason, the main thing is you really have to go for the holistic approach. And I know the modern nutrition is something which is basically taking care of diet in terms of the balanced nutrition, but still the nutrient deficiencies are prevailing. So that means the reason is somewhere else, which I understood from Ayurveda is the wholesome nutrition in terms of Ayurveda is not only providing nutrients, but also providing diet in terms of rasas or taste. Why? Because our machinery, the cell machinery is having its own chemosensing receptors. The taste is not only happening in your tongue, that is, receptors are there all over the body.
Yeah.
So once you're taking particular taste as per your individual constitution, again that is a thing which need to be elaborated, which I'll elaborate later on.
Okay.
But once the particular taste you're taking as per your individual constitution, and there are many stress happening inside the body.
Yeah.
So your chemosensing metabolism optimize all the machinery inside the cell. Whatever is required, they only make that particular building block of your body, or the vitamins required, or maybe whatever machinery is required.
Correct.
So that means we even have to take into account the taste of the food apart from the nutrient, because the nutrients not only having the nutrition function, but they also having the other physiological function inside the body.
Okay.
For example, we are dealing with all kind of stress nowadays, whether this is the environmental stress in terms of pollution or toxins which we are inhaling inside the body. The food chain is broken. We know that thing, and there is not any immediate answer for that thing, for sure.
Yes.
So for that thing, what we really can do is we can take the adaptogens. Adaptogens is something which really can help us to adapt to low-grade inflammation happening inside a body, which actually is increasing the demand of nutrients inside the body. So once you really can cut down the inflammation or optimize the inflammation in a negative way, then definitely your nutrient requirement can be optimized, because your body is itself striving towards maintaining the homeostasis.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So there is one process which is called hormesis. That process is basically overcompensation happening in exposure to the stress, whatever the stress we are having inside the body. So that hormesis process is done usually by the adaptogens like curcumin or genistin or green tea or all these kind of herbs. So that also need to be taken into account.
Let me get in Preeti here, and taking that point ahead. When we talk about holistic diet, often, in the previous sessions we spoke about, often the question arises, do you have access to it? Is it affordable for you? Is it about that there is just a lack of accessibility and lack of affordability? Or is it about choices, and especially when it comes to women, because especially they are dealing with so much stress. They are also nurturers at home. They are increasingly going out and becoming independent. So there is a lot of stress, and like, Shweta was rightly pointing out that Nari tu Narayani bana ke hum usko several hands we give a woman, but we are not compensating enough, to help and support her.
So what I believe is that, it's not just about affordability, but also about awareness. What I am eating is something, I need to be more aware about. I do have money to buy a pizza or a packet of chips or a packet of, noodles, but can I invest that money into buying my fruits and vegetables and, fulfilling my criteria of half a kg of fruits and vegetables per day? So again, choices is definitely something that we need to be more aware about. Choices like, okay, it's affordable to buy milk, for example, for me, but do I have the right kind of awareness that, I might not need a full cream milk and would rather go for a skim milk? So that kind of awareness probably is something that we need to emphasize more on. And second thing, yes, when it comes to affordability, we do have alternative options which are much cheaper when it comes to the right kind of food groups. For example, when we're talking about low-cost diets, again, we can definitely substitute some nuts and oilseeds with cheaper nuts or versions of nuts and oils like peanut. So, again, having a mutual supplementation concept where we are having our basis of cereal pulse protein going together. is something which would contribute to the protein quality of the diet. Affordability, along with the right kind of awareness, is where the holisticness of the diets gets completed.
Yes. Shweta, I want to bring you in, and I think one thing that I have noticed increasingly is that when we talk about women's health, we talk about it in relation to their reproductive health and childbearing and pregnancy and post-pregnancy. But we are not looking at the woman as an individual, and that there are needscapes and health areas beyond her childbearing capabilities and capacities. Do you think that is actually counterproductive to the very fact that she's going to bear children and
Thank you. I think the reason why they have done this is probably the intention was good. So the intention was essentially to bring the focus back to the woman in a life course approach manner, like right from the child till the time. It's called nutrition from womb to tomb. So right from the time you're in the womb till the time you go away from this earth, that kind of a nutrition. So that I agree with you there. But the point is that what happens, we all have our own levels of understanding, access, awareness, and situations. So जिसको एक बचपन में कहानी सुनी थी हमने ना, हाथी होता है कमरे में, 6 लोगों की पट्टी बांधी, कोई पैर पकड़ रहा है, कोई पूंछ पकड़ रहा है, और सब सोच रहे हैं कि यही हाथी है. So exactly वही women का केस है. किसी ने पकड़ लिया micronutrient deficiencies, हाँ वही है, because deficiency तो है, of course it's there. Somewhere people are talking about overweight, obesity. And NFHS, the National Family Health Survey, the recent survey by the Indian government, I'm not even talking about individual research, the most important piece of data from nutrition which we have received, Indian women, especially from the age group of 35 to around 45, the middle age group, is the most obese. It's in double figures already. It's about 40%. So हम under nutrition की बात कर रहे हैं, 27% है, but please do not forget the overweight, obesity also. So somewhere, of course, you can't put the blame on someone. So what I explain, what you're asking is, by using, I am a teacher also, so I use examples a lot. With no offense to anyone, I understand that the august audience knows much more than me, but there's a crucible. आपने tripod stand हम chemistry labs में सबने देखा है. So there's a crucible I always talk about. This crucible is women's nutrition. Okay? And my 3 tripod stands is not nutrition alone. Please remember, हम सिर्फ एक nutrition मतलब खाना देके हम सोचते हैं कि women nutrition ठीक हो जाएगा. एक पैर पे tripod stand नहीं खड़ा हो सकता. The second is income and empowerment. So you have to give the decision-making power to her. So like you rightly pointed out, stop categorizing and boxing her. Give her that empowerment, that choice. If she wants to buy, and I don't think we should compare apples and oranges. वो ये versus ये खा रही है. We are nobody to judge. Let's give the tool, the decision-making tool to her. And the third is enabling environment again. Because अगर उनके पास access policy, market, food environment ये सब नहीं होगा, वो खाएंगे कहाँ से? So I think it's important कि आप conversation करें तो complete थोड़ा सा at least sketchy कर सकते हैं, but बताइए पूरी बात. हम एक टांग पे खड़े होके nutrition crucible को नहीं रख सकते.
Right, absolutely correct. Jyoti, I want to bring you in, or okay, great to have Urvashi here as well. Thank you, Urvashi. Just to the question that I was coming to you, Jyoti, for, we've just come out of a pandemic and we're still grappling with new variants and fresh cases. Immunity became the big buzzword. When we're looking at women as, a section, where we're looking at that they are deficient in several vital vitamins and minerals, and with this sort of diet, do you think immunity for women specifically, that becomes jeopardized?
Yeah, certainly, because anyways, the data is there, statistics is also proving that the women are more prone to get deficiencies, particularly, obviously, there's no single thought about it, that vitamin D deficiency or the anemia is something which women are more prevalent to have. And as we know this thing, the immunity itself actually requires a lot of micronutrients to make its own machinery. Okay. Not only the energy, but for the biosynthesis of a lot of proteins like immunoglobulins or cell proliferations, you really need to have iron, folate, zinc, and magnesium. And these vitamins are actually helpful for the synthesis of the nucleic acids. Moreover, vitamin D and vitamin A is also required for synthesis of nucleic acid as well as for the cell proliferation and gene expressions of the immune system and immune receptors throughout the body. So obviously, when the woman is having these kind of deficiencies, so their immunity is anyways is compromised.
Right.
So they're more susceptible to develop infections, especially the COVID is happening.
Right.
And there's a different mutants are on the rise. So obviously, they really need to correct the deficiencies for sure.
Right, right.
In that
Let's get Urvashi in. Urvashi, would you want a sip of water before we start? Okay. So Urvashi, we've been talking about hidden hunger and the deficiency of micronutrients. I want to take that point ahead and really ask you that why do you think that particularly, I mean, we may say that we have a plate full of food and that we are not starving and that we are not fasting and we have access to, good food. Still, do you think micronutrient deficiencies and that hidden hunger can, be something that you should be worried about? And that why you think specifically the women group is more affected by the micronutrient deficiency?
Yeah, thank you, and my apologies for joining late. So I think the first question, when we talk of, micronutrient deficiencies, and I'm sure the, speakers before me would have also highlighted that, there's a difference between the quantity of the food and the quality and the composition. So it is true that, in terms of, absolute quantity, we might be having enough, but we might not be consuming the right mix of food. And that is, primarily why the micronutrient, deficiencies happen, because we don't have the right mix of kind of vitamins and minerals that, we are supposed to be consuming. So I think that's, that is why that is still very much, a challenge for us. And for women, I think, nutrition as a whole is challenging, because for women, and there's many drivers of that, whether we're looking at undernutrition, or now we also have problem of overweight and obesity, in women, the other end of the spectrum. And of course, we've had issues like iron deficiency, anemia, which affect various age groups of women. And also, I would say things like, calcium, which, affect older women. So, I mean, the whole thing is that it's, young girls, adolescent girls, adult women, women who are older. Each age group actually has its own kind of set of issues and demands. And, unless we are specifically being able to cater to that, these deficiencies will result, and that is what happens. But I think also sometimes women's, nutrition, it does get neglected. Even when you said that, the household might have enough food, but what the woman might be consuming, might not be adequate, might not be the right kind of food. And also women themselves tend to often put their own kind of health, nutrition on the back burner, and it's always the family that comes first. So I think there's a lot of, complex social, cultural issues as well that, go into this.
Absolutely. We touched upon that when Shweta spoke. Preeti, wanted to come to you and want to talk about just, the sort of awareness with which we are eating. And the choices that we are making. There was a recent survey, I think it was called the National Nutrition Index, that they interviewed 2,000 English-speaking people from across the country. They were all internet users, so I'm presuming that, educated people. And 50% of those, it was found in that survey, could not recognize the different components of their food, that what is protein, what is fat, what is carbohydrate. And so, one tends to think that you might think that you're eating healthy, but you're not recognizing what a wholesome, nutritious plate of food would look like.
What I feel is that food is not equal to nutrition. Food is a source of nutrients, but when we're talking about nutrition, there's a whole gamut of technicalities that comes along.
Yeah.
And the right kind of nutrition education that begins right from the school is still a missing component, in our education systems. We are definitely moving forward towards achieving those goals. But when we're talking about diets, when we're talking about health, we are very much limited to, our food plate and not going beyond that and understanding that what are the different kinds of food groups. Okay, if carbohydrates are there, what do they do? So, that kind of general awareness also is still missing from the, a large strata of society. And again, that awareness that food is just not equal to nutrition, but it is a source of nutrients is something that needs to be, propagated as well as, imparted as a form of nutrition. Yeah. So going right away to the school level and having a kind of a holistic approach, we are providing, a curriculum over nutrition education. Yeah. That change is still, awaited for all of us to be there, and we would definitely love to contribute to initiatives like these, that where we are actually playing the role of improving the life of these young children with the help of nutrition education right from the start. And that is again from the school level, from the very first day of the school, where the child understands that what is food in my lunch box. Yes. So I guess that's where the foundation needs to be strengthened when it comes to nutrition education.
Right.
Thanks.
I think it's very important even to be able to make that choice. Yeah. That awareness and understanding is important. Shweta, do you also see the role of nutrition literacy as important in achieving, a balanced and a healthy, nutritious country and population?
Thank you, Megha. I think I'll address that question in जो मैंने previous panel सुने. मुझे लगता है कि एक ज़रूरी बात है जो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ. Nutrition literacy के नाम पर कई बार there is a lot of confusion, like we rightly saw just before our sessions. So there is a small rule which I sort of follow for myself at least. And those of you who've heard me talk before must have seen this, but I think it's worth repeating. It's called the 9-to-1 rule. 9 means 9,000 steps. Okay? 10,000 steps. 8 means 8 glasses of water, means hydration. 7 means 7 hours of sleep. Again, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, whatever, but 7 hours of sleep. It's on your calendar. 6 means 6 minutes of meditation. And by meditation, I don't mean Om and everything. It means you can do whatever way relaxes you. So 6 minutes of that. And I'm talking this in the context of women today, yes, but in general, because nutrition literacy is important equally for men and women, by the way. Don't put the onus only on women to do everything. Although, sometimes we are the ones who are better at multitasking, sorry, but that's how it is. So 6 is for 6 minutes of meditation or some kind of relaxation. 5 is for 5 fruits and vegetables. The WHO, all the other institutes, FAO, all of them endorse that you must have 5 servings of fresh fruits and vegetables. Even our own NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, they have prepared a thali. I don't know how many of you have seen that, but it's half filled with fruits and vegetables. So we are talking about that every time, but remember that. 5. 4 is for 4 rest breaks. Some of you, the previous session, that moderator was telling that she developed some headache, and we all have stressful lives. Who doesn't have stress? So 4 rest breaks. Just get up and just walk whichever office you are in, whatever work you're doing, remember to take that. Otherwise, put it in your pedometers. These days, these watches are very, all of us at least in the room can afford it. So it's become very reasonable. So I think it's important, at least you guys start, and aspirational thinking will trickle it down. So 4 rest breaks. 3 is for 3 main meals and 3 short meals. I know someone said that don't pump a lot of food in, but I think it's important to have nutritious snacks in the interim. Nikhil Tandon from AIMS, he's the head of endocrinology at AIMS. He was my supervisor for one of my projects. And he keeps repeating this again and again. India is the diabetes capital, you all know, right? 1 in 12 people are diabetic. And it's projected, the idea of the International Diabetes Federation had said that we will reach a certain number of diabetics by 2040. We've already crossed that. Just remember that, okay? So please, we are just bombarding with a lot of things. I know I'm taking time, but just 2 minutes to complete this thought. So therefore, it's important that you have 3 main meals and 3 short meals. It can be as simple as a bowl of chana or makhanas or whatever. You will point out things like ye expensive bata rahi hai, kam bata rahi hai. I'm just talking to you guys as friends right now. So 3 that. 2 is for, again, very difficult, but please try. 2 hours of phone before sleeping, minus. So like if you're sleeping at 9 o'clock, at 7, try and put it away. At least 1 कर देना, लेकिन 2 करो, and be role model parenting. We always, the moment we were saying the confusion है, it's all stemming from this. So keep your phones away. और phone मतलब screens. Try to relax your brain. इससे पहले वाला जो mental session था, we can talk about this again a lot. That's my work area. But बहुत strong connection है with the rays the phone emerges and the nutrition, the absorption and everything. Okay? So 2 hours without your phone before you sleep. And last but not the least, one physical activity. Whatever you enjoy. Sit in the park, go for a walk, do cycling. There's no need to pay expensive Pilates, cardio, जो भी सब आप लोग बोलते हो करना, मैं किसी का business नहीं खराब कर रही हूँ. But कोई भी एक simple walk करिए. Please वो 9,000 steps पूरे करिए और जो आपके loved ones हैं उनको ये gift करिए. बहुत महंगा नहीं है और आप count करके देखेंगे 2,000 steps से ज़्यादा normal आदमी नहीं कर रहा है in Delhi. Okay, we've done lots of research and we need 10,000. The moment you, what gets measured gets done. All of us here also, all the women here, we should have it. What gets measured gets done. मतलब measure करोगे, अभी लग रहा है हम कितना काम कर रहे हैं, किचन में 10 चक्कर तो लगाया, हो गया होगा. Measure करना, 2,000 से ऊपर नहीं होगा. जब दिखेगा कि 2,000 है, तब आप 10 की तरफ जाओगे, कोशिश करोगे. Even for men, even for women. बच्चों के लिए भी आप ये मत सोचिए स्मार्ट वॉच हम ये महंगा ये आई एम टॉकिंग इट एज अ टूल दीज डेज इट्स अ टूल यूज सम सिंपल कोई स्मार्ट मत दीजिए पर स्टेप काउंटर दीजिए सो दैट वन सो मेरा 9 to 1 न्यूट्रिशन लिटरेसी मेरी उसी से हो जाती है बस
No, very well said and so many take back points I think very well said ज्योति आपको मैं कॉन्वर्सेशन में लाऊंगी कि you know, when we look at nutrition, do you relate that to, you know, disease, serious illnesses, while we are taking medications, because so many of us are? How does, you know, underlying nutritional deficiencies, how do they act up in the face of disease?
See, if you're talking about illnesses, the main thing is obesity epidemic, right? Which is actually responsible for other metabolic syndrome. And you know that in the obesity, the white adipose tissue is responsible for low-grade inflammation inside your body, which is anyways increasing the stress inside your body, which already I have iterated. I'm reiterating this thing again. So that's why whatever the illness you're having, if they're having the metabolic syndrome, whether you're having the autoimmune disorders, you're definitely is overcompensating for all the stress. So that means you really need a lot of nutrients in the diet in a varied forms. Obviously, if you're having any kind of deficiencies, definitely your immune system is not responding properly and they're not proliferating or making the right amount of immunoproteins which is required. For example, as I already told about vitamin D again and again, because this is something which is now prevalent all over India. So vitamin D is something which is helping to improve the immunity and we all are taking caffeine and this is proven now the caffeine is actually attenuating the vitamin D receptors. So definitely if you're taking too much caffeine then your vitamin D absorption is hampered and obviously you are getting some or the other way low grade inflammation and that can make you a recipe for any kind of metabolic or any kind of autoimmune disorders. Moreover, the vitamin B12 deficiency is happening in India because most of the people are either vegan or they're not taking right amount of the animal protein. I'm not in favor of animal protein, but we are susceptible to have vitamin B12 deficiency. And if the vitamin B12 deficiency is happening, and another reason is, yes, most of the people are diabetic. Many of the people are diabetic, so they're taking metformin, which is again decreasing the absorption of vitamin B12. So this is one of the reasons the homocysteine level is on a higher side, and which is again causing a lot of cardiovascular problems in the people. So not only the disease itself, the medicine also is hampering the immunity in varied ways.
Yeah.
So vitamin C is one of the things which definitely is helpful for improving the inflammatory, optimizing the inflammation by increasing the anti-inflammatory markers. Interleukin-10 is one of that, for instance. But if the deficiency is there, you really can't work, your immunity can't work properly for that reason.
Right. Urvashi, I have a policy-related question to you. And, you know, at the face of it, we see that India has very good food policies. And there are so many programs. And there is a technical approach. And like Atishi this morning was saying that we are the largest producer of many crops. And we are exporting and sometimes not exporting. But there is there is no deficiency of that. So where do you see the gap? Where is the loophole?
Yeah, so I think, I'll take off on what Preeti was actually saying, that, nutrition is not just food, that is, so when we even talk of the policies, it's much broader than just food or agriculture related policies, So if I look at nutrition, what the thrust has been and will be in terms of the policy space, the way I see it. So I think one, of course, very big thing which is directly nutrition related is, of course, promoting healthy diets through behavior change. So there's a lot of focus on behavior change at the community level, engaging with local communities, talking in the language that they understand, talking about recipes that are feasible in their context. Because, I can't pick a diet from here and put it in Orissa or, put it in Chhattisgarh, everywhere the diets are very different. So you have to, based on local circumstances, you have to try and get families and households to adopt to healthier, diets. So that is one big focus area in terms of policy. And the other one is that we are also looking at, and a lot of work has happened, I think, in the last few years on various social determinants also of health and nutrition, be it sanitation, be it drinking water. Because if you're repeatedly falling sick, which is what happens if you don't have access to good sanitation or water, you're also drained of nutrition. So you might be eating well, but if you're getting repeated episodes of diarrhea or typhoid or whatever, your body is going to be drained. So we need to focus on that as well. So that is also something that, of course, the government's been doing a lot of work, and that will continue in terms of an area of emphasis. And then I would say that we are now, we are taking a very life cycle approach to nutrition. What I was touching upon earlier, that, a woman of every age group doesn't have the same needs. And historically what's happened is that we talk of women and nutrition and pregnancy. And we stop there, as if the only reason why you want to give good nutrition to a woman is, because she's going to get pregnant and bear a child. And that's not true, right? I mean, it could be a young girl, an adolescent girl, an adult woman who doesn't choose to get pregnant or doesn't get pregnant, but she also needs good nutrition, right? And like I said, a woman who's much older, who might be having calcium deficiency, her bones might be going brittle. So now we are saying that, we have to look at nutrition for all these age groups, and for throughout the life cycle and beyond pregnancy. Yeah. Pregnancy is important, no doubt. Yeah. But pregnancy is not the only phase which is important.
Absolutely, absolutely. We cannot look at women as a monolith. They will have different needs. And to that point, Preeti, I want to bring you in that there also one of the things is what part of the country you're from. And there is increasingly now a craze, because you're seeing so much that, superfoods and going away from what is naturally, geographically growing in your area or your region, and you're reaching out for avocados because you think that, that is the superfood to eat. How much is that impacting, one, stress levels, and two, is that really good for, to include something in your diet which is not geographically, locally grown?
So again, going back to the question of affordability and, awareness. So when it comes to foods and diets, I have always been vocal for local, and I believe in that. And I believe that the traditional Indian thali was the best food that was available to us. And, as we have modernized and evolutionarized, we have, actually turned all our brown foods like brown rice, brown sugar, which was also jaggery, and also, our millets and grains into more refined forms, which are again products made out of your refined wheat flour, white sugar, again contributing to a lot of, diets which are inflammatory in nature. So again, going for local foods which are locally grown in the particular area are actually considered, well accepted by the population groups. One reason is that. Second thing, they are also, well adapted to the soil of that particular region, and the absorption of nutrients from the soil is also, good when it comes to those food grains or, products like millets specifically, that they are drought prone, and they can be, even grown in regions like Rajasthan and Gujarat where temperatures are very high during summers, but they also provide good quality micronutrients. So again, buying an avocado versus buying an apple is, something like a choice that I need to make right now for myself. Again, coming with the awareness factor that can I get the amount of omega-3 and omega-6 which is present in avocado from other sources? Yes, definitely yes. I have my whole bunch of nuts and oil seeds contributing towards it, which are again locally grown, and also our millets giving us the right kind of fiber. So definitely yes, going vocal for local, definitely yes.
Vocal for local, yeah. Shweta, to that point, also there is now this tendency of, like this panic supplement eating. That this morning we were speaking to Dr. Shvastav, that a lot of people are now reaching out to, because there is this fear that, I must be deficient in vitamin D, so pop vitamin D every day, whereas there can be toxicity if there is more. And there is also an apprehension on the other hand for some people who say that we don't want to pop pills. So even if it is recommended, it's not done. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it?
Bilkul. I think it's because pills are still, till today, always seen as a therapeutic response. मतलब डॉक्टर का कोई चीज़ है, first of all. And कई लोगों का mentality होता है कि मैं बीमार तो नहीं हूँ, why should I have pills? And the reason why anemia, like हम लोग जब काम करते हैं देखते हैं कि 50% से ज़्यादा anemia है amongst all kinds of population, especially among women. So we find one of the reasons is, why should I pop the pill? I'm absolutely okay. My mother also produced babies and they were absolutely fine. I'm fine. Those kind of logics. So you're right. We can divide the population in believers and, say, that yay and nay people. So maybe yay people are like, okay, let's pop in all the pills. And it's, don't mind again because you guys are media, but the reason why it is sometimes is because of poor and misinformed celebrity endorsement. So many times we see ads like, I'm naming it here for academic reasons. I don't have any problem with him. I really like his acting. Farhan Akhtar was shown in one ad that forget the apple. I'm going to take something very like instant or, one pill and I'm absolutely fine. These kind of ideas, they stay with people. Nobody has the time to find what is cytokine, what is anemia, what is this. They will see that and believe it. So Rajkumar Rao को कोई नहीं देखेगा जिसको FSSAI ने रोपन किया है, जो कह रहा है आज से थोड़ा कम. यहाँ रूम में मुझे नहीं लगता है किसी ने वो ऐड देखा है, नहीं देखा होगा. आज से थोड़ा कम एक उन्होंने ऐड बनाया जिसमें चीनी, नमक, जो खराब चीज़ें हम खराब तेल, उसको कम खाओ बोल रहा है. अच्छी बात बोलने वाला वो कहीं पॉपुलर नहीं है बेचारा. लेकिन जो दूसरे लोग हैं वो मतलब मैं with all my heart to all these actors, I know they're getting paid for this, but I think part of the problem, Megha, is because we've created a society where we've like highlighted certain aspects as something very elite and modern and posh, and we will talk with, in these kind of conferences. Please remember, like Preeti was saying, like Urvashi is saying, your Indian thali, your regional, local, ये सब चीज़ें important हैं. और हम लोग कई बार, again, आप मुझे निकाल देंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन rainbow diet में एक word बनाया था. जल्दी से बता दूँ, अगर आप बोल देंगे तो. So R for roughage. आपकी diet में roughage important है. आज हमने उसकी बात नहीं की. वो बहुत important है fiber intake. चाहे बच्चा हो, male हो, female हो, please roughage. O for omega-3 fatty acids. आपने brain की बात की थी. For child development, for us, we've forgotten fat. मतलब हमें लगता है हटा दो, खराब है चीज़. Please remember, good quality fats are very important for brain, for your joints, for everything. So omega-3 fatty acids is O. Okay, sorry, I had roughage में चली गई, but rainbow. A is for antioxidants. हम लोग ने सबने बात की, मैडम ने भी पूरा explain किया. Antioxidants. I for immune boosters. ये सब हमारे मसालों में है, जो किचन में मसालदानी बोलते हैं ना, उसमें भी होता है. तो वो भी आप उस पे भी जा सकते हैं. पिल्स की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उसके रिस्पॉन्स में बता रही हूँ. N is for my formula, natural food. I will till date always say there are natural options. People have shortage of time, I understand. People have acute deficiencies, understandable, but N is there, natural. B is for beverages, hydration, beverages. India में बहुत अच्छे beverages हैं. छाछ ले लो, शरबत ले लो, बेल का, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं. I can't even start here. So वो B, beverages, don't forget your liquids, okay? B. O and W, बस 2 बचे, हाँ. O was omega 3 जो मैंने पहले बता दिया, and W is for whole grains. Please refined वाला हम जितना ये millets का international year announce किया है, उर्वशी will tell you, please whole grains पे focus करिए. Diabetes का मैडम ने भी बताया, बहुत सारी चीज़ों के लिए whole grains better है, हाँ, whole. So that's all. I'll stop. Sorry.
Yeah, she deserves an applause for internalizing all of this information and just, spelling it out. Thank you so much. ज्योति, आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि आयुर्वेदा में और आजकल क्या है कि ये सोशल मीडिया में बहुत प्रेवलेंट है कि इसके साथ ये मत खाओ, डोंट मिक्स दिस विद दिस, और जो ट्रेडिशनली हम खाते आए हैं, like I heard कि उड़द दाल के साथ दही नहीं खाते, and I was like, what about dahi bada? But does that work? Is that actually verified? Ki, Ayurveda says you don't mix two things and it can actually be, impact you negatively?
See, there's no as such any research in biochemical way which have proven this thing. So there is one theory which I really can explain right now is, they basically work on taste receptions or the biological transformations called vipak. Basically, okay, I'll explain in simple language. Whatever you are eating, that is getting, first of all, tested by the receptor on your cell machinery. Okay, so if one receptor is having affinity for the 2 particular components, and these 2 components you're taking together, so in that case, the receptor get confused which to take inside and how much to take inside, right? So there is a chaos happening outside in extracellular space. So that is one thing, right? Second thing is, once the biological transformation happening after the digestion, after the absorption, sometimes is not happening in sync with the system, again because of the chemosensing mechanism, like basically all the absorption happening in the liver and the assimilation is happening inside your cellular level and all throughout the body. So that assimilation is not happening properly when you're taking particular combinations of the food because they're not producing right amount of pH inside your body. pH, if you know about in a simple language,
yes,
is the acidic as well as the alkaline environment inside your body. So that environment, if is not maintained, your cellular gate will not open particularly for that particular food. So the assimilation will not happen properly.
लेकिन ये cellular level की study करके कोई reels नहीं बना रहा है, I'm pretty sure. That all of this information, please take it with a grain of salt.
Explain this thing.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have time for one last question to Urvashi. And Urvashi, I want to understand that we know the social construct we talked about, the subconscious biases which are coming in the way of, women getting access to good nutrition so that they can overcome all of these, micro deficiencies, etc. But what is it? What can be a take back for all of us that are here? There are so many men here, so many of us who will go back and we'll have, our mothers and seniors at home. What can be the take back as a society? What can we do that can help overcome some amount of this gap?
Yeah, I think, something that we've been saying just to sort of summarize that in a way as a takeaway that, your local kind of foods, knowledge, some things which you might have had for generations, I mean, that there's still a lot of value and merit in that, and that's why we're now trying to go back to that. As she was saying, we're going vocal for local. This year is the International Year for Millets. A lot of this, we need to go back to kind of the basics. A lot of things are now fads and now everybody is an influencer and everybody is telling you what's the right way to live and what's the right way to eat. And a lot of this is quite dangerous as well. And I think there's a role for the media in making sure that credible voices go out and the credible messages go out to people. But the message is simple, that stick to the basics, make sure you have your basic balanced diet, which we've been talking about, for years. This is not rocket science. This is not something new. But I think especially for the women to say that, prioritize yourself and the same message for men, don't forget about the women in your household, who are looking after the family and taking care of everything. Because their health and their nutrition often gets neglected in the process. So that's really what we need to do, is make sure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you so much. This was a great conversation, and thank you to all of the panelists for sharing and sparing their time. Do we have time for some audience questions, or can we? We're out of time. Okay, okay. There is one question, but we can take it separately, sir. Thank you so much for being so patient and listening to this entire conversation. Round of applause for our panelists, please.
Indeed, it was a very insightful discussion. I would request Ms. Megha Mamgan to kindly present mementos to all our panelists. Thanks a lot, everyone. We indeed appreciate this extremely knowledge-driven panel discussion. I request you all to kindly stay back for a group picture, please. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, let us all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Vinay Singh, National Project Manager and Food Security and Nutrition Expert, the Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, for a keynote address on food security and nutrition. I request you to kindly come up on the stage and address the gathering here. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Singh? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening to all. I think people are now a bit of little of relax. Okay. So first of all, I like to thank Jagran News for organizing Poshan Month, and it's really needed for India to move forward on if we talk about the nutrition security and food security. So I was listening to the previous panel discussions, and there was a point where the panelist was very clearly discussing about why only women nutrition. Nutrition is for all. I completely agree. It's not only we have to focus on a special group. India needs, or all generations have a secure nutrition for as per the biological need. Yeah, there is no denial, like there is a special focus required on particular group of people, like vulnerable people, children, women, old age people. But do you think like these old age people, vulnerable populations, where these are the populations we require the special need, and they are becoming where these all entire populations which are categorized in different vulnerable groups, children, women. So why don't we focus from all populations? Like it's nutrition for all. Let's talk about the nutrition for all. So I'll just put the bit of perspective about nutrition and food securities in the current situation in India. So basically, if most of you already know about what is the food and nutrition security. Basically, it's talking about the availability, accessibility, and utilizations. And if there's a balance between these three, is called food secure, or either you can say the nutritionally secure. if any individual have these 4 fundamentals balance, in these 3 balance for equal access, equal utilizations, then the individual is, or entire, you can say the population is nutritionally secure. If we talk about the last current production system in India, even the current, if you see in March 2023 estimates is 330 million tons of productions. If you compare from the last 2021 and 2022, it's almost 50 million tons more than that is the estimate of current productions. And if you compare from the last 10 years, it's gradually increasing. So one way we are seeing their productions and availability not an issue in India. The issue starts from its excess utilizations. That is the major challenges. If we talk about, okay, we have a great productions, still why we are talking about the malnutrition, nutrition securities? Because of these 2 fundamentals, principles of food securities are missing, and we need to work on that, the accessibility and utilizations. If we talk about accessibilities, there are many factors. That is, people are not access to those food grain that is produced in countries. The last time, talking about the people at the last mile. Similarly, for the utilizations. Utilization, little bit, let me put the perspective of utilizations. Utilizations, like how it depends upon it's a biological, it depends on the body, how you are utilizing the different foods. And as per the need of age groups, body, and as per our day-to-day work we perform. So, utilizing, with the previous session also talking about the hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiency. Sometimes we eat, we feel like, okay, we have fulfilled our requirements of filling of amount of food we ate, that is over. But still our body is hidden, that is what we are talking about, the hidden hunger, then the micronutrient deficiencies. So the idea is, it's not only the food quantity we are eating, we need to focus on the quality, what kind of food we are eating. And that is the game where the sensitivity parts, sensitive intervention play a crucial role. So if you look at the 5, let's say for 20-25 years, we work around more on nutrition specific interventions. I mean, if someone falls sick, okay, there is a therapeutic interventions there. You take this medicine, you take these food groups to stop such kind of illnesses to prevent the malnutrition. But there is a need to focus on nutrition sensitive interventions. Nutrition sensitive intervention, if we talk about, there is a lot of potentials to address all form of malnutrition. And from looking at nutrition from the agriculture perspective, nutrition sensitive agriculture and food system has a lot of potentials to address all form of malnutrition. Because the issue arises from what we eat. Apart from these other factors, we should not deny like sanitations, water, other. But the food, the main like the food that we are eating, what are the quality of that food we are eating? So if we work on sensitivity part of food production system, that will more add value to the quality we are talking about, diversity in the food, like food plates we are talking about. Let's give me one example. Like suppose there is a production system that what we eat, we have in India. There are a lot of factors affecting those productions system as well. Though we have a great productions, but have you thought of like whether this is the quality productions or not? That is the main issues. Like recent study in this year only, it shows that there is a climate change and rising temperatures, production in the rice system during the grain filling stage. It's affected the amino acid content. That is the unique quality of any rice. For say we are eating the rice, we are fulfilling, okay, I eat the good quality, like fill the starvance of my body, but whether this is really the quality food, that there is a micronutrient deficiencies happening. And that is most important where there is people are such kind of food a staple food for them, rice, wheats, and it's like most of the regions the rice and wheats are the staple, but some of the specific regions like northeastern state, like there the staple food is tapioca and rice. So we have to work on a different sections of this production system. It's like what I'm trying to say, it's not the one policy is for food and nutrition security it's sufficient. We need to different policy response specific to the particular regions. Similarly, apart from seeing like the gradual increase in productions, but like there is a lot of factors. One of the example like food waste and food loss. Like FSSI study or global studies, it shows that 1/3 of productions get wasted every year before reaching to our plates. So think about like how much, if we have 330 million productions is there, but 1/3 we are getting wasted before we eat, it's coming to the plate. And if you talk about in India from individual point of view and waste index 2021, it says that every individual in India wastes 50 kg of food. Think about in every year how much food get wasted before it's come to for the consumptions. So that is why if you talk about like how the India positions over globally. So we have a productions, but we need to have a quality productions. Utilization is the major issues. The utilization talking about the previous panel discussions was more focused on that. If that foods are coming, and I'm talking about the individual households, coming to the individual household, how the food distribution is happening among the families. Whether these vulnerable population are ignored, how they are eating equal portions of foods. That is the major challenge that we need to focus on utilizations. Unless we focus on utilizations, is rather we have a great productions, it's not going to solve. We can't say the India population is secure for food and nutrition both. So we have to have the systemic approach, making the food system nutrition sensitive. For another example I can give you regarding the food waste and food loss. Like there is a packaging, before it's going to the packaging, simple packaging methods have play a lot of food waste that's happened from retailer to the consumer. Like used by and used before. There is a lot of difference on packaging. If that awareness will be there, then people can utilize this before it get thrown in the dustbin. Like used before still we can eat those food, we can't throw it, but used by the red line where you have to throw it. So these kind of simple interventions will play a significant role in terms of making the food system nutritionally secure and have availability of quality food for all populations. So thank you so much again. I will not take much time because next session panel discussion is going to start. And thanks again all of you, and thanks again Jagran for having me today here. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. I would request Mr. Suyash, to AVP, Jagran New Media, to kindly come forward and felicitate Mr. Vinay Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for your keynote address on that very pertinent topic. Thank you, gentlemen. It is important to understand what diet fads are and their significance in the sustainable weight loss. Diet fads may offer quick fixes, they often come with drawbacks and rarely lead to lasting fat loss or weight loss. While sustainable weight loss, on the other hand, promotes healthier habits and gradual progress, make it a more reliable and effective approach in the journey to a healthier weight and overall well-being. Let us all remember that there are no shortcuts to lasting sustainable weight loss, and it's about making lasting changes to your lifestyle and your relationship with food and nutrition. To discuss this topic further, I would request dietitian Vidhi Chawla, mom influencer and founder, Physico Diet Clinic, Ms. Rashmi Rai, fitness influencer, Ms. Gunjan Taneja, founder, I Am Wow, online fitness and nutrition community, Ms. Saloni, nutritionist and weight loss specialist, and to kindly come forward on the stage and take their respective seats. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Vani Malik, content lead, health, Jagran New Media. Let us all put our hands together and welcome this very power-packed panel of experts here.
Good evening, everybody. I am Vani Malik. So losing weight in a healthy way is a gradual process that takes time and effort. However, in recent times, the internet has so much information regarding fad diets that guarantee faster weight loss. However, is it healthy to do it this way? The debate of sustainable weight loss has become a major discussion in today's time. And today, we have a stellar panel to share their inputs on this topic. Please welcome dietitian Vidhi Chawla. She is founder of Physico Diet Clinic. Rashmi Rai, fitness influencer. Gunjan Taneja, content creator and founder of I Am Wow. And Saloni, a nutritionist and weight loss specialist. So Vidhi, my first question is for you. There are various weight loss diets floating in the market. How safe is it to follow these diets without consulting a specialist?
See, I will always say never follow any diet without consulting an expert, because it's not only about weight loss, it's about health, okay? And it's the body in which you have to live in. So do not go for anything, which harms your body. It is very important to follow something, with weight loss, you want to gain your health back. So when you're doing something yourself with a fat diet, so you're just considering weight loss, पतला होना है, साथ hair fall हो रहा है, skin खराब हो रही है, or your immunity is at stake, so is it okay? But it should not be the case. It's very important to take care of your inside body also, along with the weight loss, and that can happen under an expert advice. So it is very important to go to an expert and get your personalized diet plan. Do not follow any fad diet. And we all study, foundation discussion was happening before. It's very important to understand the nutrients, right? So हम सबको पता होता है कि हमारे बैलेंस डाइट इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक हेल्दी प्लेट इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट जब हम वेट लॉस डाइट पे आते हैं तो हम कार्ब्स छोड़ देते हैं, प्रोटीन पे सिर्फ डाइट को ले आते हैं, विटामिन मिनरल्स की टेक केयर नहीं करते, फैट्स की एवरीथिंग इज इंपॉर्टेंट. सो फैट डाइट ना फॉलो करें, go to expert and get a healthy body along with a fitter, outlook body. Exactly. That I would say, yeah.
Exactly. So, जैसे कि विधि ने बताया that following a fat diet can have a lot of health implications. So, Rashmi, my next question is for you. A lot of people resorting to crash diets and fat diets do not give that much importance to exercising. They think कि diet करके तो weight loss हो ही जाएगा. So, how much important is it for people to exercise while following a weight loss diet?
First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me here. And also the agenda is not to hear and give some gyan and then people will go back and not follow the guidelines that we want you to follow. So I'm going to keep it very simple, जो आप सब लोग समझ सकें और ऐसा ना लगे कि कोई ज्ञान दे के चला गया. So for fat diets, I just want to say कि आप जो fat diets उठाते हैं वो आप अपने किसी एक purpose के लिए उठाते हैं. And the thing is, you can never, ever, ever outdo a bad diet. मैं बहुत simple से explain करती हूँ. अगर आपको लगता है कि मैंने आज बहुत मेहनत करी है, मैं ना 10K steps चल के आया हूँ और मैंने इतना बड़ा workout किया है. Do you know how much of calories you have burned? If you have really worked out, I do heavy weightlifting, 700 to 800 calories. 1.5 brownie. 1.5 brownie, जो आप सोचते हैं ये तो मैं खाने के बाद खा लूँगा या खा लूँगी, actually amounts more to that. तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि अगर आप एक्सरसाइज को अपने बुरे खाने खाए हुए को कंपनसेट करने के लिए कर रहे हैं, इट विल नेवर हैपन. यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट द डाइट हैज़ अ डिफरेंट रोल टू प्ले while the exercise has a very different रोल टू प्ले. डाइट आपकी बॉडी को नरिश करने के लिए है, वाइल एक्सरसाइज आपकी बॉडी को हेल्दी और स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाने के लिए है. वो ना चिकन और एग की तरह है कि पहले क्या करें पहले क्या ना करें, बट जस्ट इंश्योर कि जो भी आप फैड डाइट या फैड एक्सरसाइज या फैड वर्कआउट शुरू कर रहे हैं, इसलिए वो फैड है. अगर वो इतनी हेल्पफुल और इतनी आप यूज़ कर सकते होती है तो वो आती और जाती नहीं रहती होती. सो इट्स इंश्योर कि अगर आप कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, मेक श्योर यू वॉक, ओनली वॉक, कुछ भी मत करिए. और एंड दूसरा, अगर आपको नहीं समझ में आता है कि इतना सारा खाने के ऑप्शन है और कौन कौन से फैट डाइट्स खा लें, हम ये वाली खा लें, वो वाली खा लें, प्रोटीन वाली खा लें, आप अपनी थाली को देख के बस खा लीजिए. आपकी थाली में कार्ब्स, प्रोटीन्स, वेजीज और हेल्दी फैट्स होने चाहिए. इनकी मात्रा मैं समझाने लगी तो मे बी 2 दिन और लग जाएंगे, बट ये समझिए कि कार्ब्स और प्रोटीन की मात्रा से कई गुना ज़्यादा आपके वेजीज होने चाहिए, फैट्स कम होने चाहिए. अगर आप प्रोटीन के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, मसल बिल्डिंग के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो प्रोटीन ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. कार्ब्स, अगर आप बहुत मेहनत का काम करते हैं तो कार्ब्स आपके एनर्जी के लिए होता है. बट स्टिल आई वुड स्टिल से अगेन, डाइट हर बंदे के लिए अलग होता है. मैं यहाँ बैठ के हर एक बंदे के लिए अलग अलग डाइट बता सकती हूँ, बट वी अंडरस्टैंड कि सबके लिए अलग है. बट इस स्टेज पे अगर मुझे जेनरिक बताना है तो आप कभी भी आउटडू नहीं कर सकते हैं एक बैड डाइट को. जस्ट कीप द एक्सरसाइज एंड द डाइट सेपरेट.
Lovely, lovely. So Gunjan, like Rashmi said, exercising is equally important. You have founded a community where you have trained and transformed so many people. What sort of mentality have you sensed in the people who have come to you for weight loss, and what has been your approach for them?
Thank you, Vani, for asking this question. And actually, when people come to us in order to lose weight or gain strength, all of them, they have different goals, right? One thing which is common is they come with a very strong desire to change. And I'm sure everyone sitting in this room also, अगर आप किसी specific diet plan को follow करते हो या कोई भी diet follow करते हो तो एक change की आशा के साथ करते हो. So they come with a very strong, desire to change physically as well as overall. So motivation बहुत होती है, but problem भी इसी में ही है. Like some of them, they come with unrealistic expectations. Exactly. बहुत कम टाइम में बहुत ज़्यादा रिजल्ट की वांट होती है और इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट्स चाहते हैं. सो ये कुछ चैलेंजेस होते हैं. Then there are some people who come to us with very low self-confidence. They think कि नहीं हो पाएगा, पता नहीं क्या होगा, तो पहले से ही बहुत सारे सेल्फ डाउट्स हम कैरी करते हैं माइंड में कि पता नहीं यार कर तो रहे हैं, होगा या नहीं होगा, मैं फॉलो कर पाऊंगा या नहीं कर पाऊंगा. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स. एंड देन देयर इज अनदर कैटेगरी ऑफ पीपल हु कम विद अ वेरी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड माइंडसेट, क्योंकि बहुत सी फैट डाइट्स जो भी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे, बहुत फैट्स वो शॉर्टकट्स फॉलो करके आए होते हैं जिससे रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिलते, या फिर मिलने के बाद वापस वेट पुट ऑन हो जाता है और वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन साथ में आती है. तो ये चैलेंजेस आते हैं, ये सब माइंडसेट होता है लोगों का, और इसमें हम क्या करते हैं, वी ट्राई टू एडुकेट देम. मुझे लगता है किसी भी डाइट प्लान या वर्कआउट प्लान से पहले जो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है वो है, इट्स इसेंशियल टू एडुकेट देम, टेल देम, हेल्प देम सेट द गोल राइट. कितना वेट लूज आपके लिए सही है, कितना आपका आइडियल वेट होना चाहिए और कितना टाइम उसको लग सकता है, एंड वाई इज इट इम्पॉर्टेंट नॉट टू फोकस ऑन द नंबर, होलिस्टिक वेलबींग. सो ये सारी एजुकेशन के साथ हम प्रोसीड करते हैं. एंड देन वी ऑल्सो, अभी लास्ट जो हुआ था ये, उसमें भी डिस्कस हुआ था बिहेवियर चेंज. सो बिहेवियर चेंज के ऊपर भी डिस्कस करना. सो डाइट तो सिर्फ खाना है, बट उसके साथ सिर्फ हम ये सोच लें कि हमें डाइट करनी है तो नहीं हो जाती. माइंडसेट बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. सो वर्किंग ऑन एडुकेटिंग देम, हेल्पिंग देम सेट राइट हैबिट्स, एंड देन डाइट प्लान तो है.
जी जी. सो जैसे कि लाइक गुंजन यू जस्ट सेड कि बहुत लोग को बहुत जल्दी होती है वेट लूज़ करने की, बहुत ज़्यादा वेट लूज़ करना होता है, बट इसका एक बहुत ही मेजर फैक्टर है कि जो वेट लोग लूज़ करते हैं वो वापस भी आ जाता है. सो माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज़ फॉर सलोनी. सलोनी, व्हाट आर द की कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ अ हेल्दी वेट लॉस प्लान सो दैट जो वेट लोग लूज़ करते हैं वो वापस ना आए कभी?
So technically what I feel, as Gunjan also addressed, that people come with a lot of unrealistic expectations. आप internet पे जाओ, the topmost videos will be about lose 10 kgs in a month.
Yeah.
All these things are spreading wrong awareness. Yeah. So set realistic expectation. That would be the first component, according to me. And then the next component would be that whatever eating pattern that you are going to embark onto, that should be according to your preferences, your lifestyle, and not other way around. किसी ने अगर 10 किलो किसी XYZ diet से lose किए है, it doesn't mean that it is going to suit you. So make sure whatever eating pattern that you are going to follow is for you, your unique needs, and your preferences. Third would be, is this eating pattern going to fulfill all my nutritional requirements? अभी पिछले पैनल में भी बात हो रही थी deficiencies की. People get so many deficiencies because of fad diets. Yeah. So make sure that whatever diet pattern that you are going to follow is fulfilling your nutritional requirements. And lastly, whatever diet pattern it is, make sure that you are able to follow that thing for the rest of your life. If you cannot follow that certain diet pattern for the rest of your life, then I'm sorry, that is a fad diet.
Yes. So, Vidhi, I would also like to know your point of view that everybody wants to shed weight fast or see instant results. So, how can all of this impact the overall health of a human being?
See, it can affect a person in a very bad way, okay? If they're trying to lose with the fat diet and losing the weight from the body, which is not right according to science. See, healthy weight loss in a month should be taken by like 4 kg maximum according to science. You can target 800 gram to 1 kg per week, not more than that. And it can be 200, 400 gram also. It can be like 2 kg in a month also. Yeah. Don't target, seeing. And I want to also mention, as she mentioned, it's not only about scale victories. Try to acknowledge your non-scale victories also along. Okay? Your clothes are getting looser. If you have any medical issue, that's getting fine. Okay, your hormonal imbalance is getting fixed. If you have a gut health, poor gut health, that's also getting fixed. So take both the things together. Okay, so if you are losing weight, say weight के पीछे भाग रहे हो, तो आप कैसे चीजें देखोगे? First, ऐसा एक lifestyle restrictive eating zone. You get into the restrictive eating zone where you are missing out the foods which you love, okay? And when you are missing those foods which you love, you release more stress hormone in your body. And when you release more stress hormone in your body, that causes inflammation. And we all know acute inflammation, okay, चल जाएगा. जब वो chronic बन जाती है, it leads to many medical issues. Okay, so the first thing. Second, you may end up having some nutritional deficiencies. Okay, with nutrition deficiencies, you see a lot of issues in your body. Like अगर आपने protein proper नहीं खाया, मैं एक एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ लो कार्ब डाइट का, जो आजकल लोग सिर्फ लो कार्ब डाइट की तरफ जाते हैं. सो इन दैट केस ना एंटी स्पेयरिंग इफेक्ट ऑफ प्रोटीन हैपन्स. सो व्हेन यू नॉट टेकिंग इनफ कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स इन योर डाइट, द प्रोटीन स्टार्ट डूइंग इट्स वर्क. एंड व्हेन प्रोटीन स्टार्ट डूइंग इट्स वर्क, व्हाट हैपन, द प्रोटीन फंक्शंस आर इम्पेयर्ड. क्या होता है? मसल बिल्डिंग थ्रू प्रोटीन वो नहीं होगा. एंजाइम्स के लिए मसल प्रोटीन चाहिए, वो नहीं बनेंगे. डाइजेशन इफेक्ट होने लग जाएगी. आवर हार्मोन्स आर मेड अप ऑफ प्रोटीन, हार्मोनल इम्बैलेंस होने लग जाएगा. सो आई एम गिविंग ए कनेक्शन. सो इफ यू नॉट टेकिंग इनफ फैट्स इन योर डाइट, फैट डाइट कर रहे हो तो क्या होगा? जॉइंट्स की लुब्रिकेशन डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगी. फैट सॉल्युबल वाइटामिन है A, D, E, K, वो एब्जॉर्ब नहीं होंगे. सो एवरी न्यूट्रिएंट इज कनेक्टेड विद सम फंक्शन. सो इफ यू फॉलोइंग अ फैट डाइट, यू क्रिएटिंग अ हैवॉक इनसाइड योर बॉडी एंड योर ऑल द फंक्शंस आर गोइंग haywire. It's affecting to a major extent. And as I said in the starting, it's the body in which you have to live in. Do not follow fat diet because it creates a lot of havoc.
Yes. So, जैसे कि विधि ने बताया, there are a lot of nutritional deficiencies, and of course Rashmi also touched base, Saloni also touched base on that. So my next question for you, Rashmi, is that a change in diet can also have various changes in the energy levels in the body, which impacts the ability to exercise. So what is your take on this whole concept of following a fat diet and not getting that sort of energy to exercise on a daily basis?
Like I said earlier, हर बंदे का अपना अपना डाइट की रिक्वायरमेंट अलग होती है. जो वेट लिफ्टिंग कर रहे हैं या जो लोग कार्डियो कर रहे हैं, जो स्पोर्ट्स हैं या कुछ लोग जो सेडेंटरी हैं, उन सब की रिक्वायरमेंट अलग होती है. उनकी कैलोरीज की रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत अलग होती है. बट आई हैव सीन लोगों को पतला होने की इतनी जल्दी है कि वो एक्सरसाइज एक्सट्रीम पे करते हैं और फैट डाइट या डाइटिंग भी एक्सट्रीम पे करते हैं. मतलब कि वो दोनों तरफ से अपनी बॉडी की कोई भी रक्षा नहीं कर रहे हैं. सो बेसिकली आप एक्सप्लॉइट कर रहे हो अपने बॉडी को एक्सरसाइज पार्ट में भी, और आप उसको एक्सप्लॉइट कर रहे हो अपनी डाइट के पार्ट पे भी. सो बेसिकली आपका जो ये लूज़ करने का जो एजेंडा है, कभी किसी ने सोचा है आप में से, आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क समवन हियर, कि आपको वेट लूज करना क्यों है? Anyone, and I will ask a women because औरतें ज़्यादा करती हैं कि पतला होना है. Any women I want to ask. कौन जो भी कोई भी someone in pink because I love pink कोई है, आप हैं. She doesn't have a mic. I just want to ask कि आप किसी को weight loss, anybody can tell me कि किसी को weight loss करना है तो करना क्यों है? Anybody? हाँ 6 pack, that is one, but why? That's what I'm saying. जो weight loss आप लोगों के मन में ये बात आई है, वो आपके खुद के अंदर से नहीं आई है. That's an issue. अगर आपको weight loss अपने लिए करना है, जब आपको लगता है भगवान ना करे कभी किसी को बीमारी हो, बट आपको लगता है कि अगर मैं इसी तरीके से चलती रही या चलता रहा तो मुझे बीमारी होगी, उस बंदे का डेडिकेशन. चेक फॉर योरसेल्फ. अगर मैं आपको बोलूँगी कि आपको 5K रोज चलना है, आप नहीं चलोगे, बट खुदा ना खास्ता कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गई और आपको डॉक्टर ने बोला है कि आपको ना कल से चलना है, आप अपने 2 बच्चों को भी लेके जाओगे वॉक पे कि इनको ना हो जाए. सो वी वेट फॉर दैट टाइम कि हमारा भगवान हमारी कोई वाट लगाए, उसके बाद हम लाइन पे आए. इससे पहले वी डोंट सी दिस दैट वी ईट समथिंग राइट सो दैट वी कैन एक्सरसाइज राइट, एंड वी एक्सरसाइज राइट सो दैट वी ईट राइट. हमारे जिम में ना ये बहुत बड़ी फनी बात है, लोग कहते हैं जिम में इतनी मेहनत करो कि घर जाके ना जंक फूड ना खाया जाए, और घर में इतना अच्छा खाना खाओ, इतना अच्छा खाना खाओ कि वर्कआउट जाके वर्कआउट में चीट ना किया जा सके. सो इट्स अ बैलेंस. दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव टेल यू कि प्लीज़ अपनी डाइट और एक्सरसाइज को बैलेंस करके चलो, भाई बहन जैसे हैं.
So Gunjan, my next question is for you. What are the common challenges that people can face when they're trying to combine diet and exercise for weight loss? Because you've transformed so many people, you've given them that sort of training. So what is that as an expert that you would like to tell people dealing with such concerns?
Time. Very, very clearly. डाइट भी करनी है, डाइट करना इजी नहीं है. यू हैव टू प्लान योर मील्स, उसके बाद उसको प्रिपेयर करना, राइट शॉपिंग करना, ये सब करना आसान थोड़ी ना. एंड देन एक्सरसाइज, टाइम निकालना, एक्सरसाइज के कपड़े पहनना, देन जाना, इतना टाइम कहाँ है आजकल हमारे पास. सो आई थिंक दिस इज़ द वन ऑफ द मेजर चैलेंज विच पीपल फेस, कि करना चाहते हैं बट टाइम नहीं है करने के लिए. कैन वी रेज आवर हैंड्स यहाँ पर जिन के पास टाइम की कमी है? डाइट, एक्सरसाइज करने नहीं जा पाते बिकॉज ऑफ टाइम इश्यूज. सो मोस्ट ऑफ अस, तो यहाँ पे मतलब हैंड्स रेज नहीं करे, बट मेरे पास जितने लोग आते हैं उनके पास टाइम एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है. सो दिस इज़ व्हाट वी हेल्प देम अंडरस्टैंड दैट यू हैव टू प्रायोरिटाइज. सो कुछ ऐसा रेजिमेन जो अभी हमने पहले भी डिस्कस किया, कुछ ऐसा रूटीन जो हम कंसिस्टेंटली कर पाएँ. कुछ ऐसा मत स्टार्ट करो या इस तरह की डाइट मत करो जो यू कैन नॉट डू फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ. सो फॉलो समथिंग सस्टेनेबल विच यू कैन फॉलो फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ. एक्सरसाइज ऐसी जिसको आपको करने में मज़ा आए, आप इंजॉय करो.
जैसे कि हम सब लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि फास्ट वेट लॉस के इतने सारे हेल्थ इम्प्लिकेशंस होते हैं. सबसे बड़ी बात होती है वेट वापस आना, जो हमें लगता है कि हम हमेशा पतले रहेंगे, ऐसा होता तो है नहीं. सो माय लास्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू सलोनी इज़ कि ये जो फ्लक्चुएटिंग बॉडी वेट होता है, इसकी वजह से हमारे हेल्थ को क्या क्या कंसर्न्स हो सकते हैं?
सो आई फील इस क्वेश्चन को थोड़ा रिफ्रेम करते हैं. वेट फ्लक्चुएट क्यों होता है? बिकॉज पीपल हैव दैट माइंडसेट कि मैं अपनी पुरानी ईटिंग हैबिट्स पे जाऊंगा तो मेरा वेट गेन हो जाएगा. बट पुरानी ईटिंग हैबिट्स में कोई ना कोई गलती तो है, इसीलिए आपका वेट गेन हुआ.
जी.
सो it's time to reframe those eating habits into new ones, and introduce certain habits which are going to be with you for the rest of your life. And if we come back to the second half of your question, कि क्या implications आती है अगर weight fluctuate होता रहता है? The biggest being heart diseases. I recently had a client जिसको cancer तक हो गया था because of fat diet histories. So why do you want to torture your body to an extent कि उनको ये सब diseases हो जाए? इम्यूनिटी क्रैशेस, कितने ज़्यादा यंगस्टर्स बीमार हो रहे हैं आजकल. क्यों हो रहे हैं? बिकॉज दे आर इन टू दिस अनरियलिस्टिक डाइट प्रोग्राम्स. यूट्यूब इज़ वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट सोर्स, लूज 10 kgs in 10 days. Why? So the question needs to be reframed. It should be introducing new habits so that it becomes a part of your lifestyle. Exactly. So that you then don't get certain diseases.
So I have this actually one final question for all of you, like just a quick tip to follow a sustainable weight loss diet plan.
First, check on yourself. Can you follow that diet for lifelong? या भी करोगे किसी एक्सपर्ट के साथ या ऑनलाइन फाइंड करके उसे छोड़ोगे और यू विल बैक टू द स्क्वायर वन. सेकेंड थिंग, फाउंडेशन सबकी थोड़ी लेट होती है. ग्रेड 2 में भी आई गेस न्यूट्रिएंट्स पढ़ा दिए जाते हैं, ग्रेड 1 ग्रेड 2 में. सो चेक ऑन इज इट हैविंग ऑल द न्यूट्रिएंट्स इन इट और नॉट. ठीक है, बिकॉज एट द एंड योर बॉडी विल बी will be spoiled. Yeah, so that's I think 2 tips. It's very and going to an expert. चेक द क्रेडेंशियल. अगर आप ऑनलाइन भी चेक कर रहे हो, यूट्यूब पे भी चेक कर रहे हो या गूगल पे भी कर रहे हो, कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स भी हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि सब ऐसी इंफॉर्मेशन डाल रहे. चेक द सोर्स, इज इट ऑथेंटिक, कोई एक्सपर्ट वो पुट अप कर रहा है. एंड बी वोकल अबाउट इट, आस्क क्वेश्चंस. अगर आप किसी एक्सपर्ट के साथ भी कर रहे हैं कोई डाइट प्रोग्राम, सो बी वोकल, आस्क देम आप मुझे ये क्यों दे रहे हैं, क्या है, पूछो यार. मतलब एक यू पेइंग फॉर दैट ऑल्सो एंड इट्स योर राइट ऑल्सो. ओके, सो लर्न अलॉन्ग विद दैट. एज आई डू विद माई क्लाइंट्स, आई टीच देम, आई टेल देम लर्न विद मी, communicate, ask as many questions you want, so that once you leave the program, you achieve your targets, you should be yourself your own expert. Okay, so that's very important.
Rashmi, if you would like.
From my side, I would say, first of all, stop calling it a weight loss diet. It's just a diet. आप किस मात्रा में खाते हैं वो वेट लॉस की तरफ जाता है या वेट बढ़ाने की तरफ, हमारे में सरप्लस बोलते हैं, उस तरफ जाता है. आप उसको वेट लॉस डाइट फॉर गॉड से बोलना छोड़िए. वो सेम खाना है जो आप रोज़ खाते हैं. मेरा दूसरा टिप आपके लिए होगा, आप प्लीज़ सेम खाना खाइए जो आप खाते हैं. आप मोटे इसलिए हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी मात्राएं बैलेंस नहीं है और आपका एडिशन जंक फूड का मे भी ज़्यादा है, या आप सेम खाना भी जो खा रहे हैं, आपकी बॉडी जो कैलोरी आउट कर रही है उससे ज़्यादा आपकी कैलोरी इन है. मतलब आप 100 रुपये का खाना खा रहे हैं और सिर्फ 90 रुपये का खाना निकाल रहे हैं बॉडी से, तो 10 रुपये कहीं तो रहना चाहिए ना. तो वो आपकी बॉडी पे चिपकता चिपकता वो 100 रुपये आपकी बॉडी पे चिपक जाता है. अगर आप बेसिक, बहुत बेसिक सा गूगल करके एंड सो कॉल्ड इन्फ्लुएंसर जो अच्छी इन्फॉर्मेशन देते हैं, आप उनको अगर चेक करेंगे तो आपको पता लगेगा आपके रोज़ के खाने में वो सब कुछ है. सब कुछ, जिन जिन के घर में दाल, आटा, चावल, रोटी, आई अंडरस्टैंड मिलेट्स में इनमें अलग अलग एडवांटेजेस हैं, बट अगर मैं बोलूँगी तो कल से आप खाना तो नहीं शुरू कर दोगे ना. सो लेट्स ट्राई एंड डू समथिंग जो आप कल से कर सकते हो. सेम खाना जो आप खा रहे हो वो बिल्कुल करेक्ट खाना है. मैं जंक फूड को के बारे में नहीं बोल रही, चावल, दाल, रोटी, सब्जी के बारे में बोल रही हूँ. चावल आपका कार्ब है, रोटी आपका कार्ब है, आपके पास सब्जी है वो आपका फाइबर है, आपके पास सैलड है वो भी आपका फाइबर है, आपके पास दाल है, अगर आप नॉन वेज हैं तो नॉन वेज आपका प्रोटीन है. फैट्स तो मुझे बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो सभी खाते होंगे, वो थोड़ी कम करने की ज़रूरत है. मे बी अगर आप सिर्फ 1 वीक थोड़ा सा ट्रैक करके देखेंगे ना, आपको खुद पता लग जाएगा कि आपके मोटे होने का कारण सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपकी ज़्यादा मात्रा में खाया हुआ खाना है. या वो मात्रा हल्की से कम हो जाए या आप अपनी हल्की सी एक्टिविटी बढ़ा दें. एंड यू शुड बी डन विद योर वेट लॉस थिंग एंड स्टॉप कॉलिंग द डाइट एज अ वेट लॉस डाइट. इज जस्ट अ डाइट. वो सिर्फ आटा चावल है. उनको नहीं पता कि आपको मोटा करना है कि पतला करना है. आप खुद उनसे मोटे और आप खुद उनसे पतले हो रहे हैं.
Gunjan?
Because I got your message. So my take on sustainable weight loss would be to have the right portions of food. Instead of focusing only on what to eat, our focus should also be on how much to eat. And then we can eat anything and everything.
Thank you. Saloni.
One tip that I would like to give all of you who are trying to lose weight, get fit, whatever it is, that eat when you are hungry, not when you are bored or stressed. Move the way you like, not what is trending on the internet. Thank you.
I would like to thank my panelists and the audience to be a part of the session.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I would request Ms. Shridhar Singh, CEO and co-founder, the Ayurveda company, to kindly come forward to present the gift hampers. And Vani, I request you to kindly present the mementos to the eminent guests here. I hope you all had a lot of learnings from this discussion and a lot of takeaways from here. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you once again, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause here for a minute because coming up next is a very special presentation on the topic Healthy Diet for a Healthy Life, Global and Indian Guidelines. To delve deeper into the topic, we have this very special presentation by Dr. Raja Sirswan Mamidi. We'll pause here for a minute. I would now invite Dr. Raja Sirswan Mamidi, EC member, NSI and Scientist D, ICMR, Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to kindly come forward and present that very important presentation on the topic Healthy Diet for a Healthy Life, Global and Indian Guidelines. Thank you, sir. You can come here.
Am I audible? Oh, yes, of course. Good evening, everyone. Greetings from ICMR and IN. Today's topic for the jargon portion is about healthy diet for a healthy life, global and Indian guidelines. On behalf of Director, I will be presenting. The COVID pandemic has changed our lives and disrupted life as we have known. And one of the key lessons we have found from COVID pandemic is that when we talk about pandemics, we talk about wash practices, hygiene, social distancing. But for the first time, we talk about NCDs as a risk factor for COVID. So that has changed the importance of diet again and again and reiterates its importance on the role of balanced diet in not only preventing non-communicable disease, but also fight against communicable diseases such as COVID. So if you look at what we learned from COVID, you can see the U-shaped mortality. On the x-axis is the odds ratio of critical illness and fatal illness. On the y-axis we have the odds ratio. On the x-axis we have the BMI. You can see for both critical illness and fatal illness, the odds are in the odds of having higher risk is both for undernutrition, that is BMI less than 18.5, and BMI more than 30. So this is a key message that COVID has given, that COVID impacts critical illness, that is chance of getting in ICUs, or death for both undernourished and overnourished people. Then how is that, what is in the context of India, what is the diet that we take? This is the data from What India Eats report. This report was done based on the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, which is the NIN's premier agency for collecting diet. This was done in urban India in 16 states. And you look at the consumption of various food groups, and in terms of intake, energy, protein, fat, you see that cereals and millets, the first one, we consume about 300 grams of cereals on an average, and this contributes to 50% of energy, 50% of protein, and 75% of our carbohydrate intake. Just cereals and millets contribute to majority of our calorie intakes, protein intakes, as well as carbohydrate intakes. Similarly, pulses and legumes contributes about 6.1% of energy, and 15% of protein, and 6.6% of carbohydrate. Again, fats and edible oils is about 30 grams. Meat poultry, fish, and seafoods, all animal source foods apart from milk, is about 32 grams. Milk and milk products is very low, 120 grams. Nuts and oilseeds is just 9 grams. And more importantly, vegetables and fruits contribute to 140 grams per day. We're talking about 5 servings a day, but we have only 140 grams of consumption, and that's a major problem. This is a typical diet for a 2000 kilocalorie urban Indian diet that we consume on an average. This is in urban India. Rural India is even more worse. It's up to 400 grams of cereals and millets. That's huge. And contributed to 80% of carbohydrate, 65% of total energy, and about 50% of protein. So again, the rest is same and is even more worse. When you talk about rural India, you think more vegetables and fruits. It's not the case. It's about 80 grams of vegetables and only 45 grams of fruits. So, and you see that in general, the rural India is more in calories. Again, of course, meat and meat products is a little high in rural India because of vast coastal areas. Consumption of fish is high, but all the rest, urban India is a little better than compared to rural India. So what is it that we should consume? I mean, we talk about the guidelines, what is it that we should consume and how are guidelines made in the first place? Guidelines are based on what is called the required dietary allowances and the estimated average requirements. So estimated average requirement is the amount of food that is to be taken at a community level. We talk about in the community what is on average a population should take. And when we talk about recommended dietary allowance, it is for the individual. The 97.5 percentile is what we take. My plate for the day is for the individual. We can see that the consumption of cereal should be just 240 grams. But typically in rural India, it's about 400 grams on average. For the poorest, it is more than 500 grams. So almost double what we need to consume. And pulses, including meat, poultry, fish, is about 90 grams. Milk, we recommended 300 grams. You can see the plates, vegetables, fruits, combined, it is 500 grams. It is as good as a Mediterranean diet. And nuts and oils is 30 grams, and fats and oils is 37 grams. So this is for a 2000 kilocalorie diet we have made based on RDA. RDA is based on evidence for various nutrients, what should be the average requirement based on balanced studies, based on factorial analysis. Various other studies are done for various nutrients, and a committee is made, and they compile the report. Based on the RDA, we derive the, what is called the dietary guidelines, which is easy to understand by the layperson. We cannot understand what are nutrients, but a layperson can understand the common food groups. That is for the India. So what is it that, how is India different from globally? So Eat Lancet Commission is a report. This report for the first time, when I spoke about the previous, my plate, it is for the adults of 2000 kilocalories. My Eat Lancet Commission report is for children above 2 years. All people about 2 years till their lifetime can have this diet, and it's a healthy diet, not starch. It's about 50 grams. Vegetables is 300 grams. Fruits about 200 grams. Dairy foods about 250 grams or 250 ml. And again, protein sources is very small, so it's about 14 grams. Because it's an international diet, it talks about beef, lamb, and pork about 14 grams. So reduction of lean meat is high. Chicken, which is not chicken is lean meat. Beef, lamb, and pork are red meat, so they are low. You talk about eggs, it's 13 grams. Fish, again, good for omega-3 fatty acids and protein, is high. Legumes, they have increased to 75 grams, and nut to 50 grams. And you talk about added fats. You see, it's 40 grams of unsaturated oil and 11 grams of saturated oil, and sugars about 30 grams. So that is about 10%, not more than 10% of the total calorie intake. For example, it is 2,500 and it only gives you 120 kilocalories per day. So this is how it has been divided. This diet is not only good for the population, but also for the nature. And the famous naturalist Richard Attenborough says that we live in a time of Anthropocene, which means that over a period of time, because of global warming, we are at that point of time where in the next 50 years, if we do not reverse the global warming, we are not going to go back this point of no return. So the key aspect of global warming is the diet we consume and the global warming that causes from animal source food. So this is a diet that has been extremely focused on lowering animal source food production, and it's also a healthy diet. This diet provides all the nutrients for children 2 years and above. except for adolescent girls, they recommend fortified rice, iron fortified rice, because the iron requirements in adolescent girls are a little higher and the prevalence of anemia is a little high. Now, if you compare, this is not a comparison of the urban and rural India food groups, but a comparison of my plate, the global guidelines. For ICMR-9, my plate is for 2,000 kilocalories. The global guideline is for 2,500. If you adjust it for 2,000 kilocalories, that is Eat Lancet adjusted, you see that for the 2,000 kilocalories, how are the different consumption. For example, my plate talks about 240 kilocalories, the Indian guidelines. The global guidelines talks about 232. When you adjust for the calories, it is still low, 186 grams. So the global recommendation says that you need to consume lesser and lesser cereals. Pulses is about 60 grams for 2,000 kilocalories, the green bar I'm talking about. And you can see the fats and oils is about 42 grams. Meat, poultry, fish is about 67 grams because they think that fish is rich in omega-3 fatty acids. And of course, consumption of lean meat is more recommended. Milk and milk products is about 200 ml for Eat Lancet adjusted compared to our 300 ml of milk we recommend. We recommend more milk and less animal source foods. This has been the Indian guidelines for a long time, so we still follow the same. And nuts and oil seeds is about 30 to 40 grams for all things, so it's more or less same. And fruits and vegetables is about 500 grams. We don't separately give vegetables, separately fruits, but together we say 500 grams of fruits and vegetables. That's how the recommendations are currently. So how do you translate the key messages to a layperson? I mean, I'm talking about so many food groups. Over the years, the dietitians and nutritionists have sat together how this simple message could be given to the community. They divided the balanced diet into just 3 food groups. Number 1, energy-rich foods. Number 2, bodybuilding foods. Number 3, protective foods. Energy-rich foods are cereals and millets, fats and oils and sugars, and they need to be consumed moderately. So that's the recommendation. Don't consume more than what you need. Bodybuilding foods include pulses and legumes, eggs, flesh foods, milk and milk products, and we say A for adequately. So consume adequately for your strength. And last but not the most important is the protective foods. This has both colored fruits and vegetables and also nuts, and we say liberally. Of course, nuts should not be consumed liberally, but colored fruits and vegetables could be consumed liberally. So these are the simple messages we give, and this could be understood by the 6th grader or 7th grader. When you go to schools and explain them, it's much more easier to explain that all of them are into just 3 categories. Now let's talk about one by one. When we say energy-rich foods, it is moderation, and we say that make half of your grains whole. For a typical South Indian diet where rice is a staple, rice is not a whole grain, it is a refined grain, so therefore we recommend wheat or a millet such as bajra or instead of white rice or plain rice, it could be parboiled rice. So that's what we recommend. Because they we're talking about the roughage, Dr. Shweta Kandiyal talking about fiber and the importance of micronutrients in improving gut microbiota. This is the key research that's happening. Now, when we talk about oils, it's just not one oil. For example, if you just use sunflower oil, it's rich in PUFA. If you use groundnut oil, it is just rich in MUFA. If you use soybean oil, it's rich in DHA. So each oil is rich in a certain, it has a different fatty acid composition. So we should have a blend of oils or oil that could be changed every month. So typically it is 30 ml per day, which translates roughly to 1 liter per person per month. So that's how you can remember. It's 1 liter per person per month. And again, definitely avoid saturated fats. Don't take saturated fats more than 10% of total calorie intakes. Some people still say that there is some benefit of ghee, but there is a clear risk of comorbidity such as cardiovascular disease if you take a saturated fat, which is about 10%. So restrict saturated fats to less than 10% of total calories. And you talk about proteins. You talk about low-fat milk because milk provides a lot of fat, therefore have low-fat milk. And how do you say red meat? How do you identify red meat? It is very simple. All mammalian meats are red meats. Be it beef, cow, be it goat, these are mammalian meats. So mammalian meats is red meat, and replace them with fowl, that is chicken. It's a bird. Fish is definitely not a mammal. So eat lean meats instead of that. That's what is recommended. And if you can avoid that, even more better, because in the largest prospective study of vegetarian, it has clearly been shown that vegetarian diets has 12% lower overall mortality risk compared to omnivores. So vegetarian diets are better than the omnivorous, except if you are a diet which consumes only fish, pescatarian diets, that's called pescatarian diets. This has the lowest risk because of rich consumption of omega-3 fatty acids and protein, and one of the reasons why the Japanese live a little longer than the rest of the world. You look at productive foods, we talk about the fruits and vegetables, which are rich in antioxidants, minerals, and other vitamins, and especially the dark green leaf vegetables. It contributes to 4 of the main public health micronutrient problems: vitamin A, iron, calcium, and of course, the other one is zinc. And so, but vitamin A, iron, and calcium, just by consuming the dark green leaf vegetables, you can increase their content. And yellow colored fruits, orange, papaya, mango, they produce vitamin C. And vitamin C is not only good for the disease called scurvy, that is bleeding gums, but also improves iron absorption. The power of vitamin C is such that it almost improves iron absorption by 3 to 5 fold. That means a similar amount of iron intake you take, adding vitamin C such as guava after meal improves your iron absorption. It's a very simple tip that could be practiced and improve your iron without taking non-vegetarian foods, so that's how you can improve iron, because heme iron has a more absorption. So add vitamin C to non-heme iron, it automatically improves iron absorption. You talk about fruits and vegetables. So how do you say 5 servings? Now you know 5 servings, but what does 1 serving mean? So in order to explain a layperson, what does 1 serving mean? So studies in UK have shown that 1 serving is about 80 to 100 grams. So when you say 1 serving for a 1 medium-sized fruit, be it apple, be it a banana, be it orange, this is 1 serving. It's very simple to remember. For green leafy vegetables, what you do is you chop, because you don't take it lightly. You chop the green leafy vegetables, take 1 cup, which is about 250 ml. All WHO guidelines talks 1 cup as 250 ml, be it breastfeeding cup, be it balanced diet cup. They talk 1 cup as 250 ml. That's how you can easily remember. That's the portion size you need to get fixated to for easy understanding of all the guidelines of WHO. And so 1 cup of green leafy vegetables. They say 1 cup because there's a lot of air space in between the green leafy vegetables which you chop and just put it in the cup. So because of the air space, we say 1 cup of green leafy vegetable is equal to 1 serving. But for the rest of all other fruits and vegetables, it is just half a cup. You chop pineapple, you chop papaya, and just fill it to half the cup. That becomes 1 serving. So that's how you remember what is 1 serving is. And it has many benefits apart from micronutrients. It has polyphenols that reduces the risk of chronic diseases. Nuts and oil seeds, groundnuts, mustard seeds, jelly seeds, again, which are cheaper compared to almonds and walnuts. So it's very easy to remember nuts. You take a fist of nuts in your hand, close your fist, that becomes your serving. It's very simple to understand. Take groundnuts, for example, take it in your hand, close it, it becomes your fist. That fist is 1 serving. That's how you remember nuts every day. And water and electrolytes, again, salt is again well known. Don't add table salt. Remove salt from the table and make sure that it's less than 5 grams. And because sodium is about 2.5 grams, so salt is about sodium chloride. And we say about 30 ml per kg body weight of water to be consumed every day. For example, for a 60 kg adult, it becomes 60 into 30, 180 ml. So 1.8 liters, that is about 8 to 10 glasses of water every day you need to consume. And of course, take water, but not sweetened fruits and sugars, because it is rich in sugar, so we should avoid them and ensure that they are clean foods and practice safe handling of foods. So when you talk about meals and snacks, the key point has been already said that you have 3 meals and 3 snacks because of maintaining normal blood glucose. And it's especially important in the night time that you don't take a high carbohydrate meal. If you take a high carbohydrate meal in the night, that adds to your glucose levels, and because you're not exercising, that goes into your brain when you sleep, and that results in increased blood circulation of diabetes. Sugar would lead to diabetes and other heart problems, other NCDs. So that's how having low carbohydrate meal in the night, that's key, and also a low energy meal in the night, so that when you sleep well, your brain metabolizes all the nutrients and your brain is refreshed and you'll be able to function better in the night. Compared to, for snacks, it's very easy. Because we consume low fruits and vegetables, we say consume more fruits and vegetables during snack times. Take a serving of snacks such as apple, orange to your office or any place you go, and that would be your snack instead of taking processed foods. So when you talk about processed foods, it is again HFSS. HFSS stands for high fat, high salt, and high sugar. Again, processed foods have been already discussed and should be avoided as much as possible. Physical activity, it's very simple. We have to do 30 minutes of physical activity 5 days a week. That constitutes 150 minutes of physical activity. The simplest exercise is walking. For even old people, it's very simple. Do a physical activity. Ensure that when you walk, you don't walk slowly, but walk a little briskly such that both feet while you walk should be 1 yard apart. At that pace, your feet is 1 yard apart. That is called brisk walking. And after the 30 minutes exercise, you'll feel a slight increase. You feel your heart beating. And because that means that your heart is metabolizing all your fat, so it's important that you, at the end of 30 minutes, if you're able to feel your heart beat, which means that you have done brisk walking for 30 minutes, and that's good to go. For those who want to lose weight, we say 60 minutes of physical activity, and for children also, we say 60 minutes of physical activity because they need more than the adults. Again, what is the ideal BMI? Is again between 18.5 to 25 based on WHO. For Indians, it is little low, 23. And of course, all foods, you give most nutrients except for one, which is vitamin D, and that has to be from sunlight. And typically at noon time, 20 to 30 minutes is good enough, and you should have slight redness of skin that indicates that you had enough exposure. Studies have shown that those who are working outside have better vitamin D, especially in New Delhi. You talk about auto rickshaw wallahs, you talk about the rickshaw pullers, they have better vitamin D compared to those who are sitting at the office and working. So it clearly shows that if you have enough sun exposure, you're going to get better sunlight, better vitamin D. Again, sleeping pattern I'll not be discussing, but ensure that the night sleep is good and the circadian rhythm is maintained. So the conclusions are simple. Both undernutrition and overnutrition can increase the risk of infections and other problems. And a balanced diet along with physical activity is the cornerstone of good health. Thank you all for patient listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mamidi. I would request Mr. Suyash Laktakia, AVP, Jagran New Media, to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate Mr. Mamidi. Thank you once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last panel discussion of this summit on the topic Food as Medicine, all about disease reversal. Food has always been more than mere sustenance. It's a powerful tool that can help reverse and prevent diseases. The concept of using food as medicine is gaining recognition as an effective approach to improving health outcomes and tackling various medical conditions. The idea behind food as medicine is that the nutrients in the food we eat can have a profound impact on our bodies. Proper nutrition can not only help manage symptoms, but also in some cases can cause reverse in the course of chronic diseases like diabetes, heart diseases, and certain types of cancers too. To further understand this topic, it is my privilege to call upon the stage the eminent guests, Ms. Seema Bhaskaran, Lead Gender, Transform Rural India, Ms. Disha Sethi, nutritionist, and Ms. Shridha Singh, CEO and co-founder of TAC, the Ayurveda company. And again, it is my honor to moderate this panel discussion. Once again, welcome to all of you. And starting with you, Shridha, आयुर्वेद की जब हम बात करते हैं तो आयुर्वेद बहुत पुराना है. एंशिएंट टाइम से हम आयुर्वेद के ऊपर हमारा बिलीफ है, वो मेडिसिन्स हैं जिनको हम फॉलो करते हैं. कुछ चीज़ें अगर नहीं रिजॉल्व होती हैं तो आयुर्वेद के ऊपर हम फिर से वो सर्कल लेकर के आयुर्वेद पे जाते हैं. एंड दिस इज़ द रीज़न आवर गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड द आयुष मिनिस्ट्री. लेकिन जब हम क्रॉनिक डिजीज़ की बात करते हैं, किस हद तक आयुर्वेद can contribute in the reversal of chronic diseases?
So इस क्वेश्चन को हम 2 पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करते हैं. एक है मेंटेनेंस और दूसरा है रिपेयर. तो अब कोई चीज़ अगर बहुत ख़राब हो ही गई है, सो इट विल नीड रिपेयर. उसमें आपको कुछ एक्सटर्नल इंटरवेंशन करके या फिर सर्जिकल तरीक़ों से या फिर सिम्टोमेटिक सॉल्यूशंस, जो सिम्टम्स आ रहे हैं, जो इंडिकेशंस आ रही हैं, उनको ट्रीट करने के लिए हमें रिपेयर करना ही पड़ेगा. जिसके लिए एंड उसका भी जो डिपेंडेंस है वो इस पे है कि किस हद तक चीज़ें ख़राब हो चुकी हैं. बट अगर आपको एक नॉर्मल बॉडी को मेंटेन्ड रखना है, आयुर्वेदा जो फोकस करता है वो इट फोकसेस ऑन द बैलेंस ऑफ बॉडी, माइंड एंड एनवायरनमेंट. तो सिर्फ ये नहीं कि आपके अंदर क्या चल रहा है, सो फिजिकली आप कैसे हैं, मेंटली आप कैसे हैं, एंड देन एनवायरनमेंट, एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट कैसा है, उससे आपकी इंडिविजुअल बॉडी की प्रकृति डिफाइन होती है, जिसको हम दोषास का बैलेंस, इम्बैलेंस भी बोलते हैं. इंग्लिश में उसको बायो एनर्जेटिक फोर्सेस बोलते हैं. तो अगर तो आपको रिपेयर करना है एंड सिचुएशन हाथ से निकल चुकी है, बदतर हो चुकी है, तो आपको मॉडर्न मेडिसिन का या सर्जरीज़ का या फिर जो भी सॉल्यूशंस आपके मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर्स रेकमेंड करते हैं वो फॉलो करने पड़ेंगे. बट अगर हम लॉन्ग टर्म में एक हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल की बात करें, तो जैसे गार्लिक है या हल्दी है या जीरा है, हमारे घर में ही इतनी सारी ऐसी चीज़ें, और इंडियन फूड इतना रिच है न्यूट्रिशन में, जो कि आयुर्वेदिक इंग्रेडिएंट्स एंड स्पाइसेस से बना हुआ है, जो आपके बॉडी जॉइंट्स को, फॉर एग्जांपल टर्मरिक जो है उसमें जो करक्यूमिन करके एंजाइम होता है, एक्टिव इंग्रेडिएंट होता है, वो हेल्प करता है आर्थराइटिस से प्रिवेंट करने में लोगों को. तो सिमिलरली गार्लिक जो है वो एसिडिटी को ख़त्म करता है एंड आपकी डाइजेशन को इम्प्रूव करता है. ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे आसपास हैं. तो अगर हम बॉडी को इम्बैलेंस नहीं करेंगे तो मेंटेन करने के लिए आयुर्वेदा इज़ वेरी गुड फॉर रिवर्सल एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑल्सो.
राइट. कमिंग टू यू असीमा, जब हम रूरल अर्बन इंडिया की बात करते हैं तो लाइफस्टाइल एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, लेकिन वहीं पे अगर हम रूरल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, एक्सेस टू न्यूट्रिशन हो गया, फिर एक कहीं ना कहीं जो एक महिलाओं के अंदर एक प्रवृत्ति होती है कि नहीं, अच्छा खाना इतना है तो पहले जो घर के जितने भी मेल्स हैं उनके लिए पूरा पड़ जाए, फिर जितना बचेगा हम खा लेंगे, ये माइंडसेट होता है. कितना ज़रूरी है उनके बीच में ये अवेयरनेस फैलाना, क्योंकि काम उनका भी उतना ही होता है जितना हम यहाँ पे अर्बन सिटीज़ में करते हैं, मेहनत उनकी भी उतनी है, लेकिन कितना ज़रूरी है उनके अंदर ये अवेयरनेस पैदा करना कि खाना या न्यूट्रिशन आपकी बॉडी के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, और कहाँ पे काम करने की ज़रूरत है टू मेक देम अंडरस्टैंड कि जो छोटी मोटी ये बीमारियां हो जाती हैं कि घुटने में दर्द हो रहा है या कमर में दर्द हो रहा है, क्योंकि इग्नोर किया जाता है. ऐसे में आपको कितना लगता है कितना ज़रूरी है उनके बीच में अवेयरनेस फैलाना?
Good evening. So, according to the recent National Family Health Survey 5, we see that as for the rural data, that 2 major issues are of malnourishment with respect to women and children and anemia. So it's really alarming to see that anemia is around 60% for pregnant, non-pregnant women between the age of 15 to 49 years. And this is across rural India. I mean, just 5 states, and those are mostly southern states, who are better off. So that is an alarming case. And then we see that stunting or, underweight children, also the numbers have not gone down. And of course, a lot of programs by the government, like if you can look at, the midday meal in the schools or the PDS, public distribution systems, the Anganwadi take-home ration, the hot good food, and all this have been promoting access to basic food and nutrition. But we see that the kind of patriarchal values embedded within the homes, like interdistribution of food within households, is impacting. Like we have, as part of Transform Rural India, we've been having these, sessions with women in very remote rural areas, because we have that as our action pilot blocks. And we see that practices of eating last and least, and this has exacerbated during COVID times, because the, food which came into the families also got reduced. Also, there are practices of, eating like perhaps the least quantities I mean, nutritional values would be very little when the women consume or the adolescent children consume. The other is fasting. Like with respect to Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, all these central states, we see that there are around 100 days of fasting, which we have taken count with women. So this is kind of a belief system which is not easy to break. Like we did in COVID, we broke certain habits of, having proper wash and also using the mask. But these social norms we are not able to transgress. Right. So these are some of the very, impending kind of barriers to bring about changes with respect to the health.
Right. Disha, coming to you. ये जो प्रॉब्लम है ना जेंडर इश्यूज़ की, ये खाली सीमित रूरल एरियाज़ तक नहीं है, ये अर्बन एरियाज़ में भी ये माइंडसेट है महिलाओं के साथ कि पहले फादर खा लें या हस्बैंड खा लें, बच्चे खा लें, उसके बाद अगर बच जाता है, ये मुझे लगता है एम्बेडेड ये माइंडसेट है ही है महिलाओं का. कितना ज़रूरी है, आपको कितना लगता है कि अवेयरनेस फैलाना पहली बात है और न्यूट्रिशन के थ्रू उनको ये समझाना कि ये जो डिजीज़ेज़ हैं एक हद तक आपकी मदद करते हैं इन डिजीजेस को कॉम्बैट करने में.
एग्जैक्टली. सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ डिजीजेस. आजकल फैटी लिवर ऑलमोस्ट सबको है. यू सी डायबिटीज इज राइजिंग, पीसीओडी सबको है. दीज आर ऑल लाइफस्टाइल रिलेटेड डिसऑर्डर्स. हम तब तक नहीं जागते जब तक हमें डॉक्टर कोई मेडिसिन नहीं स्टार्ट करवा देता है. एंड मेडिसिन इज द ईजीएस्ट वे. चलो मेडिसिन खाइए एंड ठीक हो जाएंगे. बट दैट्स नॉट द केस. आप इन सबको एक्चुअली प्रिवेंट कर सकते हो इफ़ यू गो ऑन द राइट पाथ. हम सोचते हैं अब हम बीमार हो जाएंगे ना, तब शायद हम हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल की तरफ जाएंगे. दैट्स नॉट द केस. हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल कभी भी एक हफ्ते में नहीं बन सकता और आपकी बॉडी भी एक हफ्ते में हेल्दी नहीं हो सकती. सो ऑलवेज मेक श्योर दैट आप अपने सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स को बैलेंस करो मील्स में. इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू हैव फाइबर. और हम सैलड खाते ही नहीं है कभी भी, अपनी प्लेट में हमारा सैलड होता ही नहीं है. लाइक यू आर टेलिंग फीमेल्स डोंट गेट अ लॉट ऑफ फ्रूट्स. आज भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है एंड आई सी दैट कि अच्छा इनके लिए रख दूँ, मैं अपने बच्चों के लिए रख दूँ, मैं अपने हस्बैंड के लिए रख दूँ, मैं अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए रख दूँ. बट दैट्स नॉट द केस. एवरीबडी नीड्स प्रॉपर न्यूट्रिशन एंड स्पेशली इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट टू इनकॉर्पोरेट सैलड्स विद एवरी मील. आपकी आधी प्रॉब्लम्स वैसे ही ठीक हो जाएंगी. हम सीधा राइस ज़्यादा खा लेते हैं. चपाती 2 में पेट नहीं भरा, 3 खाएंगे, पर ये नहीं सोचेंगे कि सैलड ज़्यादा खा लो तभी उससे पेट भरेगा. एंड दैट इज़ हाउ यू विल बी बैलेंस डाइट होएगी आपकी एंड आपको ये सारी लाइफस्टाइल रिलेटेड डिसऑर्डर्स कम होंगे. तो सबसे पहले एंड फर्स्ट हमें फाइबर ज़्यादा करना चाहिए डाइट में.
अच्छा, देयर इज़ अ कॉमन आइडिया कमिंग टू यू श्रीधा. एक कॉमन आइडिया फ्लोट कर रहा है आजकल, क्योंकि मुझे भी किसी ने सजेस्ट किया कि यूँ बात होती रहती है कि यार थोड़ा सा लग रहा है वज़न ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है, तो रात का खाना छोड़ दो, रात का खाना छोड़ दो. तो आप कितना वास्ता रखती हैं, और ख़ासकर जब इफ़ अ पर्सन समवन हु इज़ सफरिंग फ्रॉम अ क्रॉनिक डिजीज़, तो उस केस में ये न्यूट्रिशनल पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर हम बात करें कि रिवर्सल की बात करें और ये जो स्किपिंग ऑफ नाइट मील की बात करें, तो डू यू फाइंड इट सिग्निफिकेंट, हाउ सिग्निफिकेंट, अदरवाइज व्हाट शुड बी द प्रोसेस? और आयुर्वेद के अकॉर्डिंग आप क्या सजेस्ट करती हैं, या क्या है आयुर्वेद जो सजेस्ट करता है?
सो खाना स्किप करना, व्रत रखना या फास्टिंग. फास्टिंग को इतना वेस्टर्नाइज कॉन्सेप्ट बना दिया.
क्लेंजिंग की भी बात करते हैं कि बॉडी क्लेंज हो रही है. अगर हम फास्ट करें बॉडी क्लेंजिंग भी हो रही है. देयर इज अ पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट टू इट ऑल्सो.
सो फास्टिंग को आजकल बहुत ही ज़्यादा वेस्टर्न कॉन्सेप्ट बना के प्रेजेंट करा गया है. लेकिन अगर आप इंडिया के रिच ट्रेडिशन को देखें तो हर थोड़े टाइम में कोई ना कोई व्रत, सीज़न चेंज हो रहा है, कोई फेस्टिवल आ रहा है तो व्रत. बिकॉज बॉडी को अगर हम बस इनपुट लेते रहें और थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ना दें तो ओवरडोज हो जाता है चीज़ों का. एंड कई बार छोटी छोटी चीज़ें ही बड़ी चीज़ों को, सो हाइपर एसिडिटी हुई या लोगों को अनईजीनेस हुई, इन्फ्लेमेशन हुई, धीरे धीरे फिर लोगों का ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ने लगता है. बट देन हम लोग जब आयुर्वेदा की बात करते हैं या कोई भी होलिस्टिक साइंस की बात करते हैं, तो जो सबसे बड़ी मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है या मिथ है वो ये कि वन सोल्यूशन फिट्स ऑल. अगर आपको कान का दर्द होता है तो आप एक नॉर्मल डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जाते हैं, आप ENT स्पेशलिस्ट के पास जाते हैं. अगर आपके सिर में दर्द होता है तो आप शायद कोई न्यूरो स्पेशलिस्ट के पास जाएंगे, क्रॉनिक पेन है तो. बट ऐसा कैसे कि आयुर्वेदा में मान लीजिए कि कोई एक सर्टन जड़ी बूटी या हर्ब या स्पाइस या कॉन्डिमेंट कोई अच्छी है तो वो हम सारे इस रूम में जितने लोग बैठे हैं वो सारे ले सकते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होता. दैट इज़ डिपेंडेंट ऑन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ योर प्रकृति, बॉडी दोषास. जो वात पित्त और कफ का एक सर्टन कॉम्बिनेशन होता है। तो भले ही वो चीज़ आपको हार्म नहीं करेगी, बट उसके फ़ायदे के लिए आपको अपनी इंडिविजुअल बॉडी समझनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हम सबकी लाइफस्टाइल अलग है, जीन्स अलग हैं, हम लोग अलग स्ट्रेस एनवायरनमेंट्स में रह रहे हैं, हम लोग मतलब बहुत यूनिक हैं, बहुत ही डिफरेंट हैं एक दूसरे से। सो इसमें ये बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है दैट पहले तो हम किसी प्रैक्टिशनर के साथ जाके, या फिर कई बार आजकल ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स, फॉर एग्जांपल हमारी वेबसाइट पे भी ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स अवेलेबल हैं, वो उनसे अब खुद का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन समझें। एंड बट दूसरे सिनेरियो में हमें बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम कोई अगर विदाउट मेडिकल सुपरविजन कोई ऐसी फास्टिंग या कोई ऐसी चीज़ शुरू कर देते हैं जहाँ पर आपके न्यूट्रिशनल इनटेक में डिफरेंस आ रहा है, तो कई बार वो उल्टा भी पड़ सकता है। बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल पीपल हु आर डायबिटिक और पीपल हु आर ऑन मेडिकेशन, जिनको मेडिसिन लेनी ही लेनी है एंड दैट इज़ सपोज टू बी हैड आफ्टर यू हैड योर मील, तो वो गलत हो जाएगा। तो ये गड़बड़ ना करें कि आयुर्वेदा है तो ये आयुर्वेदा होलिस्टिक है। होलिस्टिक का मतलब ये होता है कि आयुर्वेदा डिफ्रेंशिएट नहीं करता। अगर आप हल्दी खाते हैं तो आयुर्वेदा जैसे मॉडर्न मेडिसिन होती है, आजकल 50 टाइप के एसिड्स अवेलेबल हैं, सैलिसिलिक एसिड, नियासिनामाइड, रेटिनॉल एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा। तो वो क्या होते हैं, अच्छा मेरे को एक्ने हो गया तो मैं सैलिसिलिक एसिड लगा लेती हूँ, मेरे को एंटी एजिंग करनी है तो मैं रेटिनॉल लगा लेती हूँ। बट हल्दी जब आपकी बॉडी में जाती है तो वो ये नहीं चुनती कि अच्छा मैं ब्लड साफ करूँगी, या मैं गट हेल्थ इंप्रूव करूँगी, या मैं आर्थराइटिस पे फोकस करूँगी, या फिर मैं ग्लो दूंगी। तो आयुर्वेदा इज़ वेरी इंक्लूसिव इन नेचर। बट एट द सेम टाइम अगर आप किसी और की प्रॉब्लम को का सल्यूशन खुद पे थोप लेंगे तो वो भी गलत है।
राइट राइट। सीमा, कमिंग टू यू, अभी हमारी बात भी हो रही थी कि जो फास्टिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट है, अर्बन सिटीज़ अर्बन लाइफस्टाइल में तो ठीक है, ये सारे एस्पेक्ट्स फुलफिल होते हैं, लेकिन जब हम रूरल एरियाज़ में जाते हैं तो ये फास्टिंग नहीं, ये स्टारवेशन कहलाती है। बहुत अच्छी आपने बात कही, और ख़ासकर जब ये स्टारवेशन तब होती है जब यू आर प्रेग्नेंट या जब आप ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग पे होते हैं, तो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हो जाता है। फिर जैसा कि आपने बताया कि बच्चों के ऊपर वो असर दिखता है, फिर लेटर एज में या कुछ सालों बाद एक महिला पर भी वो असर दिखता है। तो उस केस में एक काउंसलिंग, राइट काउंसलिंग कितनी ज़रूरी होती है, और कितना जागरूकता पैदा करने की ज़रूरत है, और कहाँ पे काम करने की ज़रूरत है कि ये चीज़ें उस लेवल तक पहुँचें कि जिस लेवल तक उनको फ़ायदा पहुँचे, और क्या ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स हैं जो अभी इसके लिए एक्टिव हैं?
Yeah, I think like the ASHA program of NHM was National Health Mission was very, very successful even during COVID. Like we see that women are reaching or accessing healthcare even in the first trimester. And then there have been programs like Janani Janma Suraksha Yojana, where there is a focus on institutional delivery, and it's institutional delivery rates have also enhanced. But all the counseling only goes to the women. So again, as the patriarchal setup within India, it is not considered very important that the men have any role to do with the conception or the pregnancy or delivery of the mother. So often, even during pregnancy, she is the one who skips the meals if poverty levels have enhanced within the family. So one sees that like there is anemia even during pregnancy. So she may be going for institutional delivery. She must be going for the checkups, regular checkups, because ASHA promotes regular checkups. But when it comes to anemia, the levels of anemia are very high, even among pregnant women in between the ages of 15 to 49 years. And this is across the country. And this is very alarming. Of course, we have these programs like National Rural Livelihood Mission, which has actually brought in all women into SHGs, self-help groups, or village organizations and cluster-level federations. And there is, along with the ASHA, the federations are playing a very important role in developing awareness. There's a focus on nutrition garden. There is also focus on consumption of food which is produced within the houses. But this kind of assumption that I have my own identity and I can have equal access to food within the households has to be built up for women. That means engendering of the health programs also needs to take place. So that is where we presently face a hurdle.
Right. राइट दिशा, वेरी क्विक फ्रॉम यू. आजकल जिस तरह की जो डाइट्स हैं, कीटो डाइट हो गई, मेडिटेरेनियन डाइट हो गई, लो फैट लो कार्ब, तमाम तरह की डाइट, वीगन डाइट, वेट मैनेजमेंट के अपार्ट फ्रॉम वेट मैनेजमेंट, उसके साथ अगर हम बात करें टू कॉम्बैटिंग द डिजीज़, उसमें व्हाट रोल इट हैज़, और इज़ देयर एनी रोल एट ऑल और नॉट?
Yeah, so Mediterranean diet has actually shown very good difference in the cardiovascular diseases. If you talk about the DASH diet, that is have more of the vegetables, then it has shown very good difference in hypertension. If you talk about vegan diet, yes, vegan is also good, but ज़रूरी नहीं है कि ये सब करो तो ही आपकी हेल्थ अच्छी रहेगी. आप नॉर्मली वेल बैलेंस्ड मील खाओ, 45 मिनट्स वर्कआउट करो, सैलेड्स एंड फ्रूट्स खाओ, यू विल डेफिनेटली हैव अ गुड डाइट एंड गुड हेल्थ. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई फैंसी सा वर्ड सुन लिया सिर्फ वही करना है तो ही कुछ अच्छा हो सकता है बॉडी के साथ. पुराने कॉन्सेप्ट्स भी बहुत अच्छे हैं, हैविंग प्रॉपर मील्स, हर टाइम पे मील खाओ, थोड़ी थोड़ी देर में मील खाओ, तो ऑल दैट इज़ ऑल्सो वेरी गुड एंड हैज शोन वेरी गुड डिफरेंस इन अ नॉर्मल लाइफ.
थैंक यू सो मच. इट वॉज इंडीड अ वेरी फ्रूटफुल डिस्कशन. और मुझे लगता है कि ऑडियंस मस्ट हैव ऑल्सो एन्जॉयड, क्योंकि वेरी क्विक पैनल डिस्कशन इट वॉज, एंड आई ट्राइड कवरिंग ऑल द एस्पेक्ट्स रिलेटेड टू दिस टॉपिक. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट Ms. Megha Mamgen to kindly come upon the dais and felicitate all the guests here. Thank you once again. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Can you, yeah, for a group picture, please. Thank you, Megha. Thank you, all the speakers. And before we conclude the evening tonight, we have one more very important felicitation. And for that, I would like to call upon Mr. Gaurav Arora, COO Jagra New Media. And I would like to invite all our moderators, wonderful moderators for the show tonight. Ms. Megha Mamgen, Ms. Smriti Rastogi, and Ms. Vani Malik to kindly come up on the stage. Can we have the momentum? I would request you all to come together for a group picture, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we have come to the conclusion of Only My Health Presents Poshan Summit 2023, Elevating Well-Being and Holistic Harmony. I would take a moment once again to mention the incredible contribution of our esteemed sponsors, our state sponsor, the State of Punjab, our Ayurvedic lifestyle partner, TAC, our hydration partner, Fasten Up, our partner, Enveda. It was indeed my pleasure to host you all for the occasion. We are indebted to you for making it a big success. I, on behalf of Only My Health and Jagran New Media, extend our heartiest gratitude to the eminent guests, speakers, and participants for their august presence. Thank you everyone in the audience who attended the event. We are grateful to you. We really appreciate you all to help us make this event a memorable one. Thanks a lot once again. And I request you all to kindly join us for the dinner outside. Have a great evening. Thank you.